have to do with, say, math. I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Have to do with, say, math. I can.
Have you ever looked in your Downloads folder and noticed it could use some cleanup? Here's a tiny tech tip to help you keep your files neat and tidy anytime you are downloading from the Chrome browser. In the Chrome settings, find Downloads. You see that the location is most likely pointing to the Downloads folder, and that's okay to keep. The big change in productivity is toggling on this feature. Ask where to save each file before downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your Downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
Hi, let's create some personalized student certificates using Canva Bulk Create. Once you're in Canva, click on the purple button that says Create a Design. Go ahead and type in Achievement Certificate or whatever certificate you would like. I'll click below, and then over to my left, you can see that there are several different templates and style. I'm going to go ahead and select this one. I'm going to only do a couple things: the name, the message, and the date. I've already created an Excel sheet that has those headers: the name, the message, and the date. So once I'm back over on Canva, I'm going to click on the left where it says Bulk Create. You can enter your data manually, or you can upload your data. I'm going to go ahead and upload my data and go ahead and click on my Excel sheet. And over to the left, it looks like everything came in correctly. So I'm going to click Continue, and I can see the name, the message, and the date. So over on my certificate, there's a purple frame, and I'm going to start with name. I'm going to do a right click, Connect, and then select Name. I'm going to go down to the message. I'm going to do a right click, Connect, click Message, and it turns purple. And lastly, I'm going to click Date, do a right click, Connect Data, and click Date. So it looks like I have all my information, and I'm going to click Continue over to the left. And now you can see it generated my certificate. So now I'm going to click Generate the 12 designs. And then voila, you can see that I've created all my personal certificates in one flow using Canva Bulk Create.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder.
Have you ever looked in your Downloads folder and noticed it could use some cleanup? Here's a tiny tech tip to help you keep your files neat and tidy anytime you are downloading from the Chrome browser. In the Chrome settings, find Downloads. You see that the location is most likely pointing to the Downloads folder, and that's okay to keep. The big change in productivity is toggling on this feature. Ask where to save each file before downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your Downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
Hi, let's create some personalized student certificates using Canva Bulk Create. Once you're in Canva, click on the purple button that says Create a Design. Go ahead and type in Achievement Certificate or whatever certificate you would like. I'll click below, and then over to my left, you can see that there are several different templates and style. I'm going to go ahead and select this one. I'm going to only do a couple things, the name, the message, and the date. I've already created an Excel sheet that has those headers, the name, the message, and the date. So once I'm back over on Canva, I'm going to click on the left where it says Bulk Create. You can enter your data manually or you can upload your data. I'm going to go ahead and upload my data and go ahead and click on my Excel sheet. And over to the left, it looks like everything came in correctly. So I'm going to click continue and I can see the name, the message, and the date. So over on my certificate, there's a purple frame and I'm going to start with name. I'm going to do a right click, connect, and then select name. I'm going to go down to the message. I'm going to do a right click, connect, click message, and it turns purple. And lastly, I'm going to click date, do a right click, connect data, and click date. So it looks like I have all my information, and I'm going to click continue over to the left. And now you can see it generated my certificate. So now I'm going to click generate the 12 designs. And then voila, you can see that I've created all my personal certificates in one flow using Canva Bulk Create.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right click on that one and click on edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder.
Have you ever looked in your Downloads folder and noticed it could use some cleanup? Here's a tiny tech tip to help you keep your files neat and tidy anytime you are downloading from the Chrome browser. In the Chrome settings, find Downloads. You see that the location is most likely pointing to the Downloads folder, and that's okay to keep. The big change in productivity is toggling on this feature. Ask where to save each file before downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your Downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to EdTech Live. It's the first EdTech Live of 25-26, and we're so glad that you're here hanging out with us on this one. We've got a great lineup for you. We are very, very excited about this EdTech Live, and so we know it's going to be a great one for you. So, really quick, if you are watching on YouTube, let us know where you're watching from. What campus are you from? And then were you woken up, if you are in Northwest Houston in Cypress, in the Cypress area, were you awakened at 3 o'clock in the morning with the tornado warning and did it freak you out? I was in such a deep sleep. And then all of a sudden it was like I couldn't turn it off and I couldn't, it was like it was so loud and it was crazy, crazy, crazy. So let us know. Let us know. Did you wake up freaked out? Do you feel a little bit refreshed? And are you ready to go and you're excited? So I see Donna has said hi. Let us know where you're from and where you're hanging out from. All right, so just a couple of things that I need to let you know before we go ahead and kick it off. Like I said, we have a great lineup today, and so we're really excited about it. But we want you to make sure that you get the credit that you are, that you want to receive and that you are going to earn today. So it's really important that you have something to write with, right? So you have a writing pen, pencil or pen, and then you have some a little paper, like a little post-it, right? So I always have post-it notes around my desk, and I don't have one right now. So anyway, so make sure you have some with you, because what's going to happen is we're going to provide to you some codes sometime during the session. And so those codes are going to be what you need to be able to get the credit. So it could be at the middle of our session. It could be at the end of the session. Sometimes our presenters, they do it at the very beginning. So it just depends on whenever it kind of feels right and it flows. And so you want to make sure that you write down that code. At the end of EdTech Live, we're going to share with you. So in our chat, we'll share with you a link to a form where you can go and you can input those codes. So here's the cool thing. If you are in CFISD, if you are a staff member, you just need to use the CFISD form and you plug those in and submit those, and we will go ahead and put that into our system for you so you get credit. They will show up. Just give us a little bit of time because there's a lot of people that come and watch and hang out with us, and so we want to make sure that we get it into the system. If you are watching and you are from another school district, if you want to get professional development, you want to be able to have a little certificate that you can show and present to your supervisor or your administrator, then we'll do that as well. But there's going to be another form that you will use to be able to do that. And so we will send you out confirmation and a certificate. And so you'll have that available for you when you do your evaluations and things like that. All right, so I see we have Donna from Holbrook, Chantel from Cypress Woods, Danielle from Truett, Stevie is on in YouTube, and she's going to be on here in the Zoom in just a minute. Stevie Frank, so we're excited about that. Catherine from Bain is on. Busayo from Lame Creek. Hey, welcome. We're glad that you're here hanging out with us this morning. So one of the things that you might want to do, because some of the presenters some of them are going to provide you information. So if that's the case, you might want to have like a little tab open where you can take notes. Maybe you're writing them down. Maybe you're old school and you do some notes old school. And so that's cool. That's great. And so you'll want to take notes. Some of the presenters are going to be interactive, and so they will be inside of a platform. They might be in Adobe, they might be in Schoology, they might be in Gemini or something along those lines. And so if that's the case, you'll want to be able to kind of follow along with them. So if you're doing that, then you want to be able to split your screen. Now, it's hard if you're watching it on a phone to split your screen, although it can be done depending on what kind of phone you have. But if you're on a laptop, your screens are a little bit smaller, so you got to, take that into consideration. But if you are on a bigger phone, or a bigger monitor, then you can split your screen. And so basically all that is you call up the screen that you want to see on the left, you're going to hit the Windows key and you're going to hit the left arrow and it'll knock it over to the left. And then whatever you want on the right, you click on that and it will show up and it'll you'll be able to see Zoom or see I'm sorry see YouTube in one picture and then see whatever you're using on the other side. So you'll be able to follow along that way. One of the questions that we always get asked is, will these show up later on? And we do. So we will have these available for CFISD staff members, and we'll have that over on our website. All right, a lot of other people checking in. Let me see. We've got Leslie from Wilburn. Hey, Leslie. Maria from Kayla. All right, so we have Ashley from Fort Bend. Hey, welcome, Ashley. We always welcome people from other school districts. Stephanie from Alt, Sandra is in, and so let me see, Gloria from McPhee. We're glad that you're here, guys, and we have a really great time for you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and invite Stevie on to go ahead and to come into our meeting. And welcome, Stevie. We're glad that you're here. She's going to be talking about creativity, student creativity. And I think this is such a big, big deal. I know you'll cover it, the why, Stevie, but I have seen it so much. I know as a teacher, as an administrator, when students were able to be creative, I know that for myself, right? When I'm able to be a little bit more creative, the juices are flowing, so many other things happen there. And we've got a lot of great resources here in Cypress Fairbanks to be able to help kids be creative. And we're excited that you're here, Stevie. Is there anything you want to say before you get started?
I just want to say I have been over on the YouTube chat and it is on fire. So I love seeing that interaction and that interactivity. And I'm going to try to do my very best to also monitor the chat as well as I'm presenting. So if there is anything that you are like, you know what, Stevie, if you would really cover this, or hey, you just cruised by that pretty quick, can you go back to that? Feel free to place that into the chat. I would love to make this the most meaningful session for you all today. So I guess that's how I would kick it off, Todd. But just thank you so much for inviting me in. This is a great start to a Saturday morning. I'm coming in from Indiana, so I'm assuming it's a little bit more warm where you all are, because it's a nice 43 degrees right now.
It's a little bit warmer, and we had a bunch of thunderstorms last night, and even like I said, a tornado warning at 3 o'clock in the morning. That it woke me up. I don't know if it woke anybody else up, but it was pretty crazy. But with that, hey, we're going to turn it over to you and just go for it. We're excited.
Sounds great. If you could enable for sharing, that would be fantastic.
All right, you should be ready.
It's saying that host has disabled participant screen sharing on my end. So everybody, as we are getting started, there should be a link that's showing up in your chat here pretty soon. And that link is going to give you a link to the session that I am going to start sharing on. And so if you would place that now into the chat, into the YouTube chat, so that people can just simply click on in it, that would be super helpful. And then I will be showing the screen here in just a little bit of my presentation as well, as soon as I get that up and running. So I am going to ask that you complete two different things. Those things are going to be a check-in. So then that way I can see, okay, what kind of needs do we have in this session today? What does this look like? And then the next link is going to be a link to this presentation that I will be sharing. And so as soon as we get up and running, that's what I'll get started. I do see that the link is coming through on that YouTube chat. So definitely if you could A, check in, and then also B, you can have a link to that presentation. I'm going to have a couple clickable links in that, and it's just going to make accessing Adobe Express that much easier.
So Stevie, just on my end, I'm having some issues.
Okay.
I don't know why it's disabled. Maybe that was my fault when I created the Zoom account. So we're gonna see what happens here. Hopefully I can get it going and it
Could you
will.
make me a co-host? Sometimes that helps.
Let's do that.
Okay.
All right, does that fix it for you?
That sure does.
All right, there you go.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, well, now we are up and running and we are ready to go. I am so excited to be here with you all today. So as I was saying, if you could please add that, or whenever you see that pop up into your chat, that link, this is going to be that QR code if you would prefer to do this from mobile. So if you're like, you know what, Stevie, I've got so much going up on my laptop right now, I just need to have like hold up my mobile. You can snag that QR code that is right there on your screen at this point, and then that way you can get logged in so that you can receive your badge and certification inside of Adobe Express. So this is one of these amazing tools. I was told, like, hey, you know what? We've done some introductory sessions. I was a part of Sci-Fair, which I was super excited to be. So I know you all are like, okay, I know Adobe Express. This one's going to be a little bit more of like how of creativity. Now, Todd, you hit the nail on the head when I was talking about the why of creativity. Whenever we can get students engaging in technology and those higher, if you're familiar with the SAMR model, then that's when we're really starting to transform students' learning and understanding of what it's like to be able to engage in the technology world around them. So I'm going to be showing some explicit examples of here's some really great templates that live inside of Adobe Express that you can use with students tomorrow. And then I'm also going to be showing you inside of classrooms and inside of Adobe Express so that you can see all of that hard work. Because I know, as I'm a digital learning coach in my district located here in Indiana, sometimes when kids do the creating and creativity, it's hard to get those turned back in. So that's why I love Adobe Express's classroom. So hopefully that gave you some time to scan that QR code and do a check-in. And then also I want to make sure that you are able to log in to Adobe Express. So this is going to be the time where I'm going to be like showing by doing. So if you're that type of learner, and I heard Todd give some really great explanations of like setting up your screens. So maybe on one side you have Adobe Express, then on the other side you have our YouTube live up. So then that way you're able to kind of like work on your computer as well as you're working on it as well. I also have a link for the presentation that should have come through onto the YouTube link, and I do see that it was over there. So that link to the presentation is right here. And so if you would like to just, you can either type it in or click on that link from YouTube. I do have that bit.ly link, so you don't have to type in the really long web address that we know we always mess up on, right? So I'm going to give you a couple minutes to get your screens kind of set up because we're going to be playing inside of Express right away. I love seeing how interactive the chat is. We've got such a great show up. I love that this is hosted in one school and then so many surrounding schools are also joining in. So I love to see that. All right, so now that we have our screen set up, we're going to dive right in and going beyond the basics and talking about templates and Adobe Classrooms. So I'm going to talk about creating inside of Express. What are some ways that you can do that? Then we're going to be talking about that classroom workflow. So like, okay, I found the perfect template. Now what? How do I push it out to my students? So we're definitely going to talk about those differences and what that looks like. So I have a Imagine the Future You template. So if you are on this presentation, all you simply have to do is click right here on this link, and then it's going to open up this template. Now, this is one way that you can look into where you're like, if this is the workflow you want for students, there's an easier way, and I'm going to show you what that looks like. So this is one of those amazing, great templates. What I would love to see is I would love to see all of you working inside of here, inside of Adobe Express. And then if you can download it or snipping tool, screenshot it, and then throw it into the chat once we're done, that would be super fun. So the first one that we're going to do is take a look just kind of around this activity and this template. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about like, why are we going through this specific template? So first of all, over here on the right-hand side, I want you to really take notice to this video that's located right here on that right-hand panel. This is a guided activity. And guided activity simply just means that it's an activity that has a video that is available either for students to watch or for teachers to play live in their class. This has been one of the most amazing things that I think has come into Adobe Express. And they really listen to their educator community and saying, you know what, like it's kind of difficult to become a pro at all of the different digital tools. So Adobe Express has taken that lift. Now, if you have the type of learner that's not necessarily like, I can't really watch the video and follow along very well, they do have step-by-step on-screen tutorials that will also help this as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make this full screen and just kind of play this for you. Let me go ahead and refresh my screen since I was zooming in and out. And I want you just to kind of experience what these little videos are about. Now, I'm hopeful that sound will come through, but if not, I'm just playing just a small 10 seconds just so you can see how quick that it goes.
In this project, you will use generative AI to imagine a future goal, accomplishment, or career. Your future is looking bright, so let's get started. Step 1. First, pick a career accomplishment you want to unlock for the future and add it to the text box at the top of the page. Step 2. Now let's illustrate your goal.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pause that there. Hopefully you were able to hear it, but also I hope you were noticing that over here on that right-hand side, I have these 3 dots, and then I can change the different captions. I hope you also were able to see that I was able to toggle back and forth between English and Spanish captions too as well. So that's something that you can have
Click the
also
image.
going as well. So that's the video, and it is available to students too as well. But I tell you what, whenever I have students in the classroom and I'm describing to them what to do, I just simply put this full screen and I'm like, I let the Adobe experts explain to the kids how to do it because a lot of times it's me learning a new tool as well. So let's say that you're like, you know what, that's distracting. I need to get that away. You click this little light bulb button right up here. And once I click that button, then it simply goes away. And now I can get back into working with my all-in-one editor tool inside of Express. So a couple of things that I want to just call out to, and let me move my screen a little bit larger so we can see. So this is now where I'm in the all-in-one editor tool. Over here on the left-hand side, this left-hand panel, this is where you have all of the availabilities to create within. What's also nice about Adobe is it automatically saves, and you're going to see that saving process right up here in that little, I like to call it a happy cloud. I tell my students, I'm like, if you see anything red up there, it's like nothing's syncing, so don't turn off your Chromebook quite yet. So this is one of those spaces too, where as soon as you get started into this file, labeling it. So I'm going to call this the About Future Me. If I can spell there, perfect. So I'm going to put About the Future Me. So now I've retitled it once that sinks in. So now I've got my happy little cloud. Everything is great and I'm good to move on. So what we're going to spend some time on this morning is creating inside of Adobe Express to imagine the future you. One of these reasons why I love this project is it really connects to students' social and emotional learning and taking a look at where do you want to end up in your career once you're older. And it really gets them some time to think. Now, sometimes that's a scary space. So what I also tell students is just like a lower stakes is this can even be next year. So where do we find ourselves next year? What does that look like? So the first thing that we're going to play around in this is a image generator. Now, everything that I'm going through with you on this one, again, if you click that light bulb button, that learn video is going to take you step through step by exactly what I'm going to describe to you. But because we're here this morning, I'm just going to talk you through what this looks like. So as soon as I click on to that image, you're going to notice that I've got this side panel here that pops up. So let me again show you how this popped up. So I like to breadcrumb my way around. So now again, I clicked off of it. I don't have it, but to grab it, I simply grab onto that image and then I click the button that says generate image. Now, what's nice about these guided activities is they have parts of the prompt, that image prompt, already up. So this is one of those, I'm like, this is amazing because sometimes for students to prompt on their own, and especially when you're getting started, that can be overwhelming. So a lot of times they will just have everything written out for your prompt, and all you have to change is simply just what is in parentheticals. So it says a portrait of an African-American girl. I would put on there a portrait of a white girl. And when I grew up, this is funny because this actually came true. I wanted to be a teacher. So I was like, let me grade all the work. Let me do all of the things. And here I am. Standing near, now for mine, the moon doesn't really necessarily make sense. So I'm going to put standing and not even near, standing at the front of a classroom. Now, while you're working with students on this, talking to them about this process, this is that AI literacy, right? That's a really buzz term that I hear going on so frequently. So talking to students, be explicit. What exactly are you envisioning? And that is going to yield such better results in your AI image generator. And what it also does on the side is really help their detailed writing. So sometimes students have a really hard time with going back and editing because they're like, well, once I say it, it's done. But allowing this space to kind of have them edit is such a great tool. So it says with shoulder length, brown hair. I will keep that on there. And then it says facing towards the right. Now, this is where inside of Express, you can have reference images. So for example, if the students are really wanting that image to look like them, they can upload a video of or picture of themselves and it will match. So that's a pretty cool spot. Now I'm going to go down to content type. This is where you can make it look like a photo, graphic, art, or you can simply just ask the AI to just automatically do whatever its little AI heart wants to. So I'm going to go ahead and it was already selected with pop art because that was the theme that was already placed here in that image. So I'm going to go ahead and click on generate. I'm going to scroll down. And this is the time of AI where we're at with technology, where I like to describe it as like the first time any of us in here might understand this connection, like we logged into AOL. So the first time we ever logged in, there was loud mute sounds, there was a lot going on, and it took a long time just to internet. So that process is going to get a lot quicker as it goes. So something you're going to notice as soon as it starts to generate those images is you can click through and determine which one of those maybe looks the most like you. Now, this is the process where every time I've done this with students, they're like, well, that's not the color of my eyes. And I'm like, did you put that into your prompt? Did we put those details? So those written details are so important into your AI image generator. And a lot of times that will help them translate to their writing as well. So I'm going to just go ahead and click on the Generate More tab and choose whatever image. So hopefully you are doing this alongside of me at this time. I'm going to go over and kind of check out the YouTube chat and see if anything's popping up over there to see if there's anything at all that I can be of help for. It is on the phone, it did not work. So that's a great noticing that I saw that had shown up on the chat. It is not very friendly when it comes to the phone necessarily, but it is getting better. I would have to say with the AWS outage that we experienced this week, I don't know if anybody else was bumpy with that. That was something that we had seen too as well. So great, seeing some really great feedback on here. So now let's say that I have settled in and I'm like, you know what, this image looks most like me. And I'm going to go ahead and say this is where I'm going. Now is the second part of our creation today that we're going to work on is just simply going to say, okay, now I'm going to talk a little bit more about what I want to be. So I want to change the world by becoming and I didn't want to change the world by becoming an astronaut. I wanted to change the world by becoming a teacher. And so grammatically correct, because I was a former English teacher, I have to change that from and to a. And then this is where down here, I'm going to show you what it looks like to edit text because I realized I just did that. And I was like, you know what? I didn't describe that. So let me go ahead and refresh my page just to make sure that we can see the all-in-one editor tools that pop up over here. And let me zoom out just a bit to get my page all done there. Okay. So to edit text, you just simply double click and you start typing. So I'm going to write on here, Stevie Frank, and not an astronaut, but I would say a teacher by, and I graduated in 2018 college. So there we are. All right. Now I'm going to give you all some time to create inside of here. I'm going to be checking out that YouTube chat as well to see if there's anything more to go with. Now, the first thing that I do want to do though is breadcrumb my way back here. So let me go back into just the very beginning, start here. So if you're like, Steve, you have no idea how you even got to that template, I'm going to help you out here. So this is my presentation that I had shared a link to. And it says, Imagine the Future You template. So this is linked. And if you hit the play button up at the very top, and then I scroll down, once I click this link, this will open up into the template that I have. Now, let's say you're like, that presentation link is not working for me, Stevie. What more can I do to get back? So right here inside of Adobe Express, this is where all of their guided activities live. So right here in this very bottom panel, it says, and I'm just right on that Adobe Express dashboard, it said try fun guided activities. So once I click on here, You're now going to see these are all of the dozen different guided activities, and there are ones added every single day. Where right here where it says Imagine the Future You, if you just simply click on it, then you can start editing this one. Now, if you're joining this session and you're like, I've already done this one, feel free to definitely go into any of these guided activities and check it out. So I'm going to set a timer for a quick 3 minutes to give you some time to create, and I hope that some of you will start to share those, either their presentation links or feel free to download it and upload it into YouTube. So I've got 3 minutes here, and I'll see you over in the chat. You can simply All right. So I went ahead and placed into the chat a published link of what mine had looked like with my future you. So if you're kind of struggling and you're like, I can't get it to copy paste inside of Express, then I'll show you kind of like a roundabout way to get that done. So if you click the share button up here on the upper right hand corner, if you click that share button, oh, I've got it open in two different spots. That's why it's given me some. So let me get out of it here and then bring it back up here. So if I come up here, click that share button, then I'm allowed to say who has access. So I can come down here and say anybody with the link can access this, and then I can just simply copy the link and then throw that into the chat. So if you are wanting to play around with this and share this link, I would absolutely love to see your different creations that you have, if you are so of interest to do that. So a couple of things just to note. I saw there was a question placed into the chat about, taking a look at AI image generators and whether or not you have access to them. It sounds like the official answer that you had all gotten. Students do have access into the Adobe Express AI image features, which is a really great space. Now, I don't want to speak for your district, but something that I have heard from other districts as well is the difference between the AI image generator that's in Adobe Express than from other tools is that it is localized inside of Express. So it's not an additional app. And the Adobe Express image generator was created using consent from copyright free images. So it was the Adobe stock photos. So Adobe stock has dozens, hundreds of different stock images that it has. And then if it asked it to train on other artists, it got consent from those artists. Now, Firefly inside of Adobe Express has even doubled down to say if you get sued using their image generator, they will pay for legal fees. So it's like, wow, like this really has the privacy and protections. So that's how the model was trained. Side note also with how does it look like with students' privacy and security? Students, whenever they're typing inside of this image generator, it does not allow for other students to, or for students to type anything in that isn't school appropriate. So I have a technology leadership group and I put them up to no good. I guess I should just start off there. And I said, you know what? I really wanted them to know. I want to see how far can we get with this. So, play out with the image generators, ask it to do some things that you're like, we're not using, non-kit, non-school friendly terms, but I'm just curious to see, can we break it? So once I did that with a group of students, what I started to learn myself too was that there was a lot of privacy. So students couldn't just type in anything. They couldn't even type in Mickey Mouse. And some of the kids were like, well, what's wrong with Mickey Mouse? And I was like, well, that's copyright. We can't ask an image generator to generate an image that is copyrighted. That's illegal. And so it was a great conversation surrounding AI literacy with using AI image generators. Now, Leslie, I saw that you thrown into the chat where you were like, "Thank you for talking about copyright." Yes, I think sometimes when you have people talking about different image generators, I have to talk about it as well. I think that's so important, and I love that you were calling out to that too. So I hope that you were able to create the future you. When I have done this with staff, I'm like, retired, sitting on a beach at some point, is that where I see my future at different times? And the answer is actually yes. So a couple of things that I want to call out with this all-in-one editor, because this is a more 2.0 session, is the availability to play around with some of the different colorings. So I'm going to click on this button here that says theme. And something that you're going to notice is you can change the theme of the colors. Now I'm just going to kind of click and chat as you are going to see. So all of the colors that are changing are the colors that are in the text box, because these are images that are added or text features that are added where you can change the color. Something you're going to notice that doesn't change is the background. That's because that's an image. So that wasn't, a shape box where I chose the image. This was just simply the color that that image was. So this is a typical question that I get a lot where it's, well, how do I change that background? If you just simply select on that background color, you can click the background here, and this was already set to background. So this was an image that was already created. But if you're saying, you know what, I don't really like that, you can just simply on your keyboard click that delete button. Now it has the background color in the theme. So now that I kind of got rid of that more textured, now I'm able to see those background themes change up as well. So I really like that feature because sometimes you're going to look through templates and be like, that doesn't really capture what I'm looking for, but everything inside of Express definitely has that 100% editability, which I thoroughly enjoy. Okay, so now that we're done inside of here, I'm going to now show you the workflow of what it looks like to assign to a classroom group of students. So over here on the right-hand side, so let's say that you create your template, you're like, this is exactly what I'm wanting it to be, and you want to assign it to students. So the first thing you need to do is set up a classroom. So I'm going to go ahead and open up just Adobe Express here. Let me open it up here and show you just where that goes, where that lives. So over here on this left-hand panel, you're going to see this button here that says Classrooms. So I'm going to click on Classrooms. And now this is where you get to create your classrooms. To create a class, you simply just hit plus create class. And now this is where you can name it. So if you want to do these steps along with me, feel free to. I love doing those different things like with people because then I'm like, okay, these are the steps to do to create. If you're also just interested in playing around, I always like to call those sandbox courses because you like to play around in the sand. So I'm going to just simply call that sandbox. You can delineate your subject area. All this does is in the background in AI, it helps the kids to, whenever they're doing search features, to have that specific theme show up towards the top. So that's the only difference there. You don't have to delineate a subject or a grade level if you don't want to, nor do you have to put a period. You can also add co-teachers. So if you have a co-teacher in here or a resource teacher that you want to add in here, you can do that. I'm going to go ahead and click on that save button. And I've called this a sandbox course. So now what it's doing is creating that course inside of Express to where now I'll be able to actually add students. Now, as soon as it's done saving this class, I have a couple different options in order to get kids to be added to that class. So a couple of different features that I would have. So A, it pops up and it says you can push out a link. So if you have a link inside of your learning management system, you can push a link out through there. Or you can have students, if they have iPads, have a QR code. I know they have QR or they have camera features in Chromebooks too, but I know that's a little cumbersome. But then you also have that QR code. Or if students just happen, you're like, they just didn't get the link, they also have join codes too as well. So that's a way for you to be able to push out to students. So now, great, I have created my classroom. I'm all good to go. Now I have to go back and assign that assignment. So let's go back to this assignment and say, this is the one that I want. Now, first thing, pro tip, name it because it's going to automatically name to your students. So I'm going to call this the future you. And now I'm going to click that big button up here that says assign. Once I click on that assign button, it's going to say, here, what do you want the name to be? I already typed that in. What class do you want that to be? So as you know, I just created that sandbox course, so that's where I'm going to put it. I do lead tech leadership groups, and so that's why you're going to see all my other classes that are involved in here too. Now, I want to call out to this one. There is something that is called a gallery. Now, this is like one of my favorite features inside of Express is the gallery view. What that does is it allows for students, once they click submit, to be able to see everybody else's and what they've worked on. So a lot of times, oftentimes when I was like, okay, I want to amplify student voice, I really want them to be able to shine. How do I do that? Where do I go to share it out? So inside of Express, you can turn this on, and then once kids click submit, so not beforehand, but right after they click submit, they'll be able to see everybody's work. You can toggle that off, you can toggle that on. You can even make it to where, and I'll click down on the more options feature here too, you can even attach a rubric. So for example, if you're like, you know what, this is what we're hitting on, you can download that as well. And so those are all the different features that you can. You can also switch to student view. I know toggling to student view I love that feature too as well. And then you can just simply, this is what it would look like for students as soon as they pop into it. So now let me go back to my assign button. And every time I mess with my zooming in and zooming out, it never likes to fully go back for me. There we go. So now I've got my assign button. So now what I can do is say, you know what, I've got my class, I'm going to throw it into Sandbox, and I'm going to go ahead and create my link. So now what this does is it will create a link specific to the assignment, not just to the class, okay? So now this is just that future you. So I would just simply copy that classroom link, share it out through my learning management system, or share that link with students in another way. So that's my favorite workflow to definitely be able to see what student work looks like. Now, I don't have any students in here, but I do have students in another classroom, and I have received consent from parents that I do show their names and things that they're working on. I'm very big about privacy and data protection, but I do have a student ambassador group of a couple of girls that we are getting into the techie things. So I want to show you some cool features inside of classroom galleries that's super slick. So I'm going to click on an assignment that I had given them, which is how they would lead. So these were already created templates, and I'm going to show you where you can find some more, because if you're like, well, that looks great. I didn't create this. I found it from the perfect people of Adobe that go and do all the hard work. So in here, I'm going to click on the button that says View Gallery. So once students, again, click submit, then they can see it. Now, something you might notice, you're like, well, there's only 2 that showed up. Well, that's because I still have a student that says theirs is in progress. Now, that's something that I also want to make sure that I save space for. Not every kid is going to want their creations to be seen. So I tell kids, I'm like, you know what? If you don't want yours to be seen in the classroom gallery, don't click submit. I can still see it. I can see from the moment you enter into it and you make changes. Now, if you're like, can you see if they don't? Absolutely. So this is another assignment that I had created. So I have 2 students who haven't even clicked into this. Okay. So these were 2 students have not clicked into it. So that is shows on here that they haven't started. Now, backing up, I want to make sure that I show you this really cool feature inside of galleries. So I'm going to click on this button here that says view gallery. This is available already just inside of Express where other students who created these can see each other's work right away. Now, here's a really cool feature that was just launched, I want to say like 2 weeks ago. If you click this publish button, you are now able to publish a public link that you can now share to families. So now you can say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and copy this link. You can toggle on or off if you want student names attached. I'm not going to speak for your district on what is best practice. I always like to keep student names off unless it's a showcase and these students definitely want to be seen. And so then you can either toggle that on, toggle that off, and then hit that copy link. And then that will be available to anybody without an Adobe Express login. So love that feature. And I love that it helps bridge the gap between school and home because like sometimes we do really great things inside of the classroom and it doesn't always get noticed at home. So this is a really great space to see like, hey parents, look what we created. Come take a look. And then putting your kids inside that driver's seat, I think is a really cool feature. So that is, again, right over here at Classrooms, and then you can just click on Create Class. So I'm going to bop over real quick as you're kind of clicking around, playing around, just to make sure I haven't missed anything into the chat, and it doesn't look like I have. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so it doesn't look like I've missed anything, which is great to see. So now we're just going to go ahead and go a little bit more into what is called the templates, which is where I think Adobe really gets a big bang for its buck on here. So now I'm going to come over here, click on the button that here says templates. So if you remember, the first one that I showed you were called guided activities. So I'm going to go back again. Brett, I always like to breadcrumb my way because I get lost at things. So I click this home button, guided activities are here. Now again, when you see guided activities, you're thinking, okay, it has a video that shows kids how to do it. Now there's quite a few, I would say a couple dozen of guided activities, but there aren't as many as there are in templates. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you what that looks like here. So here under templates, this is where you get like the true bang for your buck, in my opinion, because these are the dozens of templates that you have available that are available for you to simply assign for students. Now, this can get a little overwhelming because there's so many different templates to look at. So if you want to delineate it a little bit more, I'm going to click this button that says activities. When I click on activities, I now can filter through what subject area that I teach. So let's say that I'm interested in some social studies and it gives you upper elementary, middle school, and high school options for you to choose. Now, I'm a former middle school teacher and elementary, but we'll go with middle. And you can go ahead and scroll down. Now, you're going to notice these are the ways that they're organized, where you have guided activities. So you can either assign students a guided activity. It shows you here that these are standard aligned classroom activities. So for example, if I was to click on the newspaper from history, I will right here be able to see here are the standards. And so these are Common Core standards that they write from. And then they also give the ISTE standard alignment. So if you're at all familiar with ISTE standards, those are those really higher level uses of technology in order for student use to occur. So anytime I see the word ISTE on something, I'm like, that's great. It's got a great stamp of approval. Now what you can do is you have a couple different options. You can quickly assign this to your students, or you can click that button that says customize the template. So maybe you're like, I like this template, but there's a couple of things that I want to change in it. So let me go ahead and click on customize template just to show you this workflow as well. So let's say that you're like, you know what? I've got a couple of examples and so it gives the example here and it also gives charts. So if I click on this chart, you're going to notice students over here have the availability to plug in their own data right away. So maybe you wanted them to have that data feature and be able to play around with including bar graphs. And did you notice, like right at that moment, like as I was changing up those numbers, it was immediately changing that bar graph. So love that, data and analytics. So if I have any math teachers on here, hopefully you're going to find a use for that too as well. So now when I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, that was that part. Oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't want to see all of this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Or maybe I was planning on it as the teacher to like make copies of these, and I need to make sure that the size is going to be letter friendly, right? So instead of like legal size or something like that. So I'm going to click on that resize button, and then that's where I can say, okay, you know what? I'm going to make sure that they are all printable features, and I'm just going to put document. Oh, and it didn't have any document here on the print ones. But this is where you can say, okay, this is where I'm going to have that be that specific. So let me go down. It should have been under print, and I thought it's 5 by 7, 8.5 by 11. Perfect. So it's called flyer. So now I'll click that resize button. So now before I move this out, so now this is AI resizing my image. That's all the fun little colors that I've honestly never seen until just this moment, which is fun inside of Express. They are always improving, making things better, and getting educator feedback during that process. So boom. What the AI just did is if you're noticed, it completely knocked off the bottom. And I'm like, that's fine. I don't need all of that. I wanted it just to be print friendly. So now I'm going to click on that button that says assign. This is where you would then choose what class. I'm going to throw it in my sandbox course. I'm going to turn on gallery so students, when they're finished, can see each other's work. I'm going to create that link. And now what this does is it immediately will then open up into that classroom and give me that assignment link, which is phenomenal. So I'm going to give you about 3 minutes up on the page here. And what I want you to do is just go through activities. So that one's right here. Now, if you find a rockin' activity and you're like, this is amazing, feel free to share it out into the chat. You can either share the link, which you have your link button right here, or feel free just to type it out. You can say, I really loved the community quilt. That looked like a great example. So I'm going to go ahead and give you 3 minutes up on the screen to play around inside of activities. All right. I'm going to go ahead and see if there was anything. I didn't see anybody sharing out in the chat quite yet, but I will definitely check on that here in just a bit. So I hope that you really found some of these different components super beneficial whenever it comes to creating inside of Express. Now, hopefully you were able to find, again, some of those really helpful components. Now we're going to come back to the presentation. Let me click this play button. And so this is actually a web page, so you can build those inside of Express as well. And as you're going to notice as I'm scrolling, it feels like a web page, right? It feels like I did a lot of design. I did not. I manage my own website and it's a lot harder than this, but this is just a place for you just to push out information. I've also had a lot of my teachers use this to even take a look at whenever their newsletters, instead of like paying for a program that costs a lot of money, they're starting to use this too as well. So there's one more template activity that if we have time to do, you can click on it where it says the community quilt activity. And so when you click on that, it is going to open up into another templated activity that I'm going to give you just a kind of couple seconds just to kind of click around on this one before we are about to leave our time today. So this one is talking about one of those really great to get to know you activities. You can also do this if you're studying a different area. So over here, once I click on the image, you're going to notice again, that's where that generate image comes in. So once I click on that, then that's when it's actually going to go through and say, okay, here is exactly step-by-step basis on what you're going to be doing and what you're going to be creating. And you can change either anything at all into this, or you can go ahead and change the entire prompt. And what that is doing is it's making a quilt. Now, the concept behind this is that all of the entire class each has a specific square that's available into what looks like a classroom community. And so all of those little patches together make for the community of the classroom. I love looking at this as also sometimes when we throw in tech with curriculum, it gets a little messy sometimes. So that's why I really like taking the time and saying like, let's do a fun get to know you activity, low stakes before moving it into curriculum. So I'll give here in just a moment. It looks like we're going to have an attendance code that you're going to need to have. So make sure you have that little post-it note that Todd was talking about handy so you can write your attendance code down. I also have asked that there is a survey at the end from us here in Wise Up just to see how we were doing with this training today, because the more results that we hear about how it's going, the better it is for me professionally, just so I can see how I can better serve future educators as well. So I feel like I've gone through so much. I cannot wait to see what all of you have created. If you are available or online anywhere in the social media channels, feel free to reach out to me. My handle in most places is StevieFrank23. Something that really brings back to me is when I see people out there using the things that I have helped them develop. So please definitely make sure to reach out to me if you have any questions. But I know you are all in really great hands over there at CFISD. So I will go ahead and allow Todd. Did you want me to stop sharing so you can share?
That would be great. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. All right. Thanks, everybody. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And it looks like this is going until 1, so enjoy.
Well, don't leave us yet, just yet, Stevie. Hold on. I mean, we want to talk and ask some questions and stuff.
Yes, yes. Perfect. Okay, good.
Oh, did I? Yeah, here we go. All right. So, my question was going to be like when you do this. So, guys, I'm sorry, guys. That's the code. You need to go ahead and write that down and make sure that you have that. I'm going to leave that up for about a minute. So, Stevie, my question while everyone is doing that is, what kind of feedback have you received from students when they do this? And then, have you ever received feedback from parents?
Oh my gosh, this is such a great question. So I have the opportunity to be able to lead an Adobe ambassador group. And so it's specific to Adobe, but I also on the side in addition to lead a technology leadership group inside of my corporation. So I oversee and support 3 different schools, and I'm able to, in every single one of those schools, have my tech leadership group that I meet with every other week. From those groups, I'm able, like boots on the ground, getting information from kids, and they love it. Whenever I'm utilizing any sort of technology at the very beginning, I send out a form to my students and I say, what do you want to see covered? And almost every single time, the number one thing that they all want to do is create using technology. Some of them I even give like an open, I'm like, well, what kind of tool are you interested in? Just to keep it tool agnostic. And they're all like Adobe Express, Adobe Express, and Adobe Express. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Express truly pulls in and pours into their educator community. There are, and on that link on my presentation, I had put towards the bottom places that you can join that community. And I cannot speak more highly of that community. That is a place like even just like low key the Facebook group. So if you're like, I don't want to do all the things, but like a Facebook group seems kind of friendly. If you're on there, that is like explicit examples of how educators are utilizing it. Now, what about our parents? So I support our middle school in creating their newsletter every single week that goes off to parents. And from those conversations that we've heard, like once we pivoted, so Parent Square is how we disseminate information to the community, but we provide a link for parents from an Adobe link, and that's the web page. As soon as we moved to that, parents were like, they were floored and blown away. They were like, this is professional. Like, wow, Zionsville Community Schools. We just heard such a great feedback. It was one of those like other schools started contacting us and was like, what are you using? Are you creating a web page every week? And we were like, no, like it's just, we're plugging information inside of Express web pages and it's doing all of that beautiful work for us. So great question. What more do you have?
Yeah, so we talk about this, and sometimes when I bring up Adobe Express with people, they think about it, okay, like this is a technology class or art class, something along those lines. Have you worked with, the core curriculum, right? So the language arts, the math, the science, social studies, history. How do they incorporate something like this into their curriculum?
So such a great conversation. So I'm a part of professional learning communities. So each of our grade levels gets together, or if we're in the secondary level, department based. And so something that we're talking about, well, first of all, if you have a curriculum, year one is with Fidelity. So I find space for that. Then I'm coming in now on year two, since we're on year two of adoption of a curriculum. And we're taking a look at like, okay, what assessments were they asked to do? And then how can we weave in technology? Technology is the future. That is where our students are going to live. And especially little thing called AI is out there now. How do we start feeding into some of those needs that our students as futures heavily rely on? And so that's where we've started to see ourselves find within this. So what I've really enjoyed using the AI image generators with teachers is just an explicit example is taking a look where a teacher just had students write like a didactic wall panel in a museum. And she was like, their details in this are just not good. So I was like, well, let's use an image generator. So the kids were typing in explicitly what the image was supposed to look like, click generate, and they were like, well, this isn't what I wanted. We were like, yeah, we need some more details into that. So, like finding opportunities for that, and it has to be organic. I'm a huge relationship person, so I have relationships with all my teachers too. And that just looks like, okay, I've got to be there in that moment when they're planning curriculum. Sometimes I get tapped in to just be like, I want to do the tech thing. And I will respond back with, well, what's a standard? What do we have working on? And then how does tech marry with that? So, not just looking as tech like an additional thing, but a way to how to assess or to add into the curriculum.
I love that. That's what we do here in SciFair as well, and try to incorporate technology into the curriculum and work with sometimes with teachers, sometimes with the coordinators, the content coordinators, and to be able to do that. One of the things that I love, and I don't know if you're familiar with one-to-one or where you are, if y'all are one-to-one, our students are one-to-one. They get to take them home. They get to take them home over the summertime. And so when they get access to something like Adobe Express, they're not only creating in the class, but they get to create at home as well. And they get to, one of the things when I was a classroom teacher, I had GT students as well. And so you had GT students that were GT because of a lot of different reasons. It might not have always been academic, but they didn't have something like this. Nowadays, they can get in and their creativity can just go where, I mean, you can't even imagine. And so, have you ever had that experience?
Absolutely. So I was here in Indiana, we call it the accelerated curriculum, GT students, high ability, like, whatever acronyms. We just love having acronyms in education. I had those students too as well. I was a high ability teacher for 8 years. And so that was a big platform of mine that I worked with. Something that I really liked about the creative process is it is messy and it is uncomfortable and it is in the gray. Generalizing here as being a high ability teacher for such a long time, I noticed those students really struggled with that. They were the first ones to raise their hand. Well, what colors do I need? How many texts, how many images, how many this, how many that? And I was like, you get to be creative. And living in that creative space is very uncomfortable. And that is something that we have to teach into. When you're in creativity mode, those are where like you're not going to have all the answers right away. Maybe you need a thought partner, human or AI. Maybe you need something to kind of help elicit that creativity. So there comes templates. So a lot of my students that would have paralysis of a blank screen, give them some templates and they can get creative. So I love the availability of having and meeting students where they're at, because some students always wanted to go from a blank screen. I'm the creative type where I'm like, nope, I need something to be on my screen, and a lot of the times then everything will get deleted, but it at least gives me a space to start.
Good stuff. Thank Stevie. I want to thank you so much for coming on and sharing all the information that you did, sharing with us Adobe Express, and maybe even giving us ideas of how we can use it in the classroom. Thank you so much for being here. We greatly appreciate it.
Of course, and thank you to everybody for lighting it up. Like the fact that you have so many viewers that are coming in and spending their Saturday, I think says highly of you all. Like if you are showing up on a Saturday morning and you're here to learn for your students, just that's amazing. So thank you all for sharing your time with me. Time is can never get back, so I just appreciate you spending that with me.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you, Stevie.
Of
Well,
course.
guys, we'll catch you next time. Definitely. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks.
All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I know that I went long there, had some questions for Stevie. Good stuff. But we're going to be coming on next with Jennifer Frazier. I don't know if anybody's experiencing any kind of little glitches and things like that. We're kind of experiencing that, but we know how to pivot. So we're going to figure all those things out. Go get up, stretch, get a drink of water, get some coffee, and come back, and we'll start off at 10 o'clock with Jennifer Frazier. You're going to want to see this. This is going to be a new feature in Schoology that is going to blow you away. So we're going to go ahead and go into our little video, but make sure that you come back at 10 o'clock. All right, here we go.
Hi, let's create some personalized student certificates using Canva Bulk Create. Once you're in Canva, click on the purple button that says Create a Design. Go ahead and type in Achievement Certificate or whatever certificate you would like. I'll click below, and then over to my left you can see that there are several different templates and style. I'm going to go ahead and select this one. I'm going to only do a couple things: the name, the message, and the date. I've already created an Excel sheet that has those headers: the name, the message, and the date. So once I'm back over on Canva, I'm going to click on the left where it says Bulk Create. You can enter your data manually or you can upload your data. I'm going to go ahead and upload my data and go ahead and click on my Excel sheet. And over to the left, it looks like everything came in correctly. So I'm going to click continue, and I can see the name, the message, and the date. So over on my certificate, there's a purple frame, and I'm going to start with name. I'm going to do a right click, connect, and then select name. I'm going to go down to the message. I'm going to do a right click, connect, click message, and it turns purple. And lastly, I'm going to click date, do a right click, connect data, and click date. So it looks like I have all my information, and I'm going to click continue over to the left. And now you can see it generated my certificate. So now I'm going to click generate the 12 designs. And then voila, you can see that I've created all my personal certificates in one flow using Canva Bulk Create.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right click on that one and click on edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder.
Have you ever looked in your Downloads folder and noticed it could use some cleanup? Here's a tiny tech tip to help you keep your files neat and tidy anytime you are downloading from the Chrome browser. In the Chrome settings, find Downloads. You see that the location is most likely pointing to the Downloads folder, and that's okay to keep. The big change in productivity is toggling on this feature. Ask where to save each file before downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your Downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I know that was a very short break. It felt very short for me. And maybe I need to not talk so much, but there were just so many good questions that I wanted to ask Stevie. So in this next one, like I said, we're going to work with what we have and pivot if we need to. But Jennifer Frazier, our Schoology and Performance Matters coordinator, is on with us, and she's going to show you some things that will blow you away and help you to use Schoology in a whole different way. Jen, we're glad that you're here hanging out with us. Are things stable on your side?
Stable might be, like ambitious. But I do have it loaded, and so we're gonna follow along. I also did just make Danielle a co-admin in my course, just in case we need to cover and pop some things up. But the really good news is that I'm gonna have a course code to give y'all. Once you get in there, you're gonna have a chance to try this out for yourself. You're gonna have a chance to get some resources. And so grab that access code that we're going to put up here in just a little bit, and we're going to make the most of it. We've got an hour to talk about conditional release in Schoology. It's a brand new feature that we are jumping in on the front end. So we are early adopters of this feature, and we're really excited about it. Um, we all know that differentiation is a huge deal, that meeting student needs where they're at and scaffolding for different resources, different needs, different extensions is part of great instruction. And the goal of conditional release is to make that job easier for you in the classroom and your teams as you're planning. We want you all to get settled in, and we're going to just take a moment to look through this tool. I'm hoping that you'll find it accessible, and we'll do a little show and tell on how we can make this something for you all to use. So let me jump in and share my screen. So as I said, conditional release, this is going to be our differentiated self-paced learning. Lots of great tools here in terms of how to maximize our instruction for students. The access code that y'all are going to need is right here on this page. So RHWH MK3C W455F. You're going to want to put that into Schoology under the Join a Course option. And so just some big things that we're going to be talking about today. So first of all, what is conditional release? This is a way for our teachers and our staff to take the materials that you've already loaded into Schoology, and we're going to assign criteria so that students and course members can access those materials when they're ready for it and at the level that we want them to. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty a little bit about what it can do, what the limitations are, and how you might want to use it. And then at the end, we'll hit some best practices, troubleshooting. But really, this is an introduction to this tool. You're going to learn a lot as you go through and get to play with it on your own. And I think that my team here has this access code, so we can pop that in the chat. So if you guys want to put that in, you can click along with me, or you can just save it for later and make it something that you go through at your own pace when you're ready. So I'm going to go ahead and actually let's toggle back. I'm going to actually jump in and show you a little bit of what we got going on here. Just, I don't want those floating controls at all. So, all right. When we are in Schoology, we should be familiar with a setup that looks something like this. You can see I'm in my conditional release course here. If you're coming into this for the first time, you're going to notice that there's a little yellow folder, and your course would be missing this resources folder. Notice down here at the bottom, let me zoom in a little bit. I get some crud from my team sometimes for making all the font sizes really tiny. So we're going to, so anything that you see that has this conditional release tag on it means that I've applied some settings that are going to display this resource to only the students who have qualified for it. So again, note that we're looking at this from my teacher side right now. So this is going to look different than what you see as a student. But as we come in, I've got several materials loaded here. In order to jump in on this conditional release bandwagon as a teacher, all I'm going to do is hit this toggle wheel over on the right and say set release conditions. Now we're going to get into some of these best practices here in just a little bit about what is the best way to set this up? What do I need to be thinking about as I'm mapping things out? But let me see if I feel like I'm taking a risk here, Todd. Let's see if I can jump to my other account or not. All right, so as I'm jumping in as a student, this should be what my students would see. So you can tell I've got that second folder hidden. And when I come to conditional release, the first thing I'm going to see is simply a pre-assessment. So I have the opportunity to go in and take that quiz. You can see here I had started that earlier. We'll see if it lets me submit. I was having some issues with it earlier. Perfect. Okay, so as a student, I just finished my quiz. I've turned it in. If I wanted to see my score, I could refresh, and it's going to tell me what my score is. Okay. When I return to that folder, you can see that I now have a second material here. So great job on my Superman trivia. I am a Superman lover, so this was definitely catering to my needs, but I was also trying to find something that not everybody would know everything about. So now I can come in here and start my assignment. It's simply going to be asking me to make a character map based on what I know about Superman, what are his character traits, physical traits, how do I feel? And I could go ahead and drop some text in here. So we'll say he's very brave. He is strong. And because this is an annotations assignment, I could, you know, draw. I feel like I need my stylus, but he's a pretty happy guy. In most of the versions, some of them will get a little bit intense, but and I can submit my assignment. So after I've taken the time to do that and I come back, oh wow, okay, now I've got another discussion here. The trick to this is that this is releasing the materials based on the criteria that was set up by me on my teacher version. So you can tell I'm going through this pretty quickly because I've already been in here several times. But the key piece that we're going to look at here in just a little bit is what were the criteria that opens the next thing for me? And then the other magical piece that you'll notice is, so here I've got my pre-assessment, I've got my character map, and then I'm already to a discussion post. But if I click over, we'll see if it keeps me in my page. Yeah, okay. If I click in on my teacher side, you're going to see I have a lot of other materials that are loaded in that folder that are not visible in my student version, right? I'm going to put this side by side so you guys can see them here. So when I'm looking on my teacher side, I can see there's this 50 facts about Superman. There's Superman trailers over time, and then there's my character map. And you can tell that if I keep going, there's even more materials that might unlock. This is all based on those conditional release rules. So let me see where we're at with my slideshow here. And I'm going to make sure that we're on track here. We're going to be looking at the criteria and stuff here in just a second. But essentially, the way this works is I'm going to build out as a teacher all my materials that I think my students might need. Then those release rules are going to actually hide and unpublish the materials from all of my students and individually release it when they're ready for it. This is what gets us to that personalized and self-paced learning experience where each kid is unlocking the materials that they've qualified for and that they need. The goal for this, like you could see as a student, I was just progressing. The teacher version of me was not having to go in and grade anything, was not having to go in and assign anything. All of this is happening automatically behind the scenes. So, as I'm thinking about this, what's going to unlock my content? Well, you can do that via score. This would be a good example of what I use with the pre-assessment. So, if you're doing this on your own at home, what you're going to notice is depending on your score, you may have gotten one of those other materials. You may have gotten the 50 Facts About Superman links page. That's actually just a website that was linked in there. You may have gotten the trailers over time where I've embedded several Superman videos with a couple of guiding questions. Or like you saw with my preview account, because, I made the quiz, I've got a little bit of an edge. I unlocked the character traits sheet. However, that was all based on the score quiz, on the quiz score. So that's going to be what determined where I went next. If you got the 50 Facts About Superman, or if you're doing some kind of LTI tool, if you're doing a Schoology page where maybe there's materials loaded, but there's not actually anything to do on the page, then what you'll want to be using instead is the viewed option. So essentially, this is going to ask students to open it up. And once they have pulled it up on their screen and reviewed the material, then they will be able to progress forward. Submitted is great for those instances when a teacher maybe is going to want to grade something on their own. It's not going to be an auto-graded assessment. And I don't want to hold up the student's work. I just want them to be sure that they have completed the work, turned it in for review, and then they can progress with the lesson. And as you saw in my setup, my last little material that was loaded was a discussion question. So I also have the ability to say that you can move on after you've done a certain number of comments in a discussion. So it could be that I'm saying, make your original post and then reply to two other people, or make a post and then come back and add a second one, depending on the outcomes that you're looking for. So these are going to be our main types of conditions that we can apply to any of the materials. Which ones I can choose are going to depend on the material types that I have loaded. How I make this work is by thinking in either and or. So I'm going to show this to you here in just a second, but essentially I can either say that multiple things are required to open up a material. So perhaps you need to get 75% on assessment and complete the discussion. The or means that a material could be unlocked by multiple avenues. So for instance, if I might have some students who complete 75% on the assessment and other students who might be unlocking it by submitting an assignment, then I would use or. So if I'm using and, I need multiple criteria to be met to meet it. If I'm using or, the criteria could be met in multiple ways. And this little disclaimer down here is mostly just to let us know we can get really fancy with this, but ultimately, I'm going to advise that anybody who's trying to use this keeps it pretty simple to start with. Especially since this is a new tool. Like I said, we are early adopters here in SciFair. This is not general release for every Schoology user yet. We specially requested to be in on the front end of this. So it's going to continue evolving and we're going to continue to get more practice with it. But we want to take it easy at the beginning, make sure that we're using it in a way that we're comfortable with. That way we can make sure all those criteria are going to be lining up really easily, and it's not going to be confusing for us or the students. So let me take a moment and let's look at what this is actually going to look like on the teacher side. So as I'm building out my criterias, let's pick a different one. I'm going to start by setting my release conditions. Now, a piece of best practice that I'm going to advise you on, and I will come back to mention this again a little bit later, but as you're building your materials, one thing that I recommend is building forward. So when I was building this module, I started with my pre-assessment because I knew that was the first thing kids were going to do. Then I built the 3 activities that I would split them into. Then I built the discussion where everyone comes back together. And then finally, I built the brainstorming activity that they could go to at the end. So I built it forward in time. But when I'm applying my conditional release rules, I'm not setting them based on what they unlock. I'm setting them based on what unlocks them. So when I'm setting the conditional release rules, I like starting at the bottom. So when I come in and I go to my set release conditions, I'm thinking about that conditional release mapping. This was my brainstorm activity. It's the last thing that my students might be doing. And here you can see I've set it so that if the comment count is greater than 1 in the discussion that comes before it, then they're going to have that unlocked. Now, because I've already set this up, you're seeing the screen as is. But when you first come in, I'll actually delete this and show you. This is what I would see at the very beginning. So I'm starting with the lowest, the last material in my folder that's going to be unlocked using conditional release. And I want to select the material. This is now going to pull up all the content that is loaded in my course. So another quick tip I would give you guys is anything that you're going to be applying those resources to, these release rules to, I'd suggest putting them all in one folder. It makes it really handy and easy for me to find what I'm looking for. So here you can see that the target material that I'm currently working with is this conditional release mapping. You can see that it's an external tool. It was a CAMI document. And so I can't select that one because it would loop back on itself. But in my case, I'm going to select this iconic discussion. That's the material that came just before it. So now I can decide, what do I want to be able to unlock it? Do I just need them to view the discussion? No, I want them to actually participate. So I set mine at comment count. I gave it a 1 and I hit save. This is where so now we're at the point where the and or thinking comes in. If I wanted this to be unlocked by multiple things, I would add another condition and I would set up, is it an and or an or? And then what's that other material that's involved? We're going to see this in just a minute with one of my other materials, but I'm going to hit save here. Whew, okay. My internet's holding strong, which we like, which we like. So you can see that I've got my conditional release indicator down here, but let's look at iconic. Iconic is a great example of or thinking. Because I had split out my map earlier, I set it up so that you could view the 50 facts about Superman. That was just a web page, so that was the only option I had for that one. The trailers over time was a Schoology page where I'd embed a material. Again, there's nothing to submit, there's nothing to discuss or to turn in for that, so viewed was my only option. Under my Superman character map, I could have put other criteria for a score, for submitted, or for a comment count. But that one, because I'm using this for PD and I wanted people to continue progressing easily, knowing that they may not have time to complete the whole character map, I chose to put this as viewed as well for the sake of keeping them with me as someone who's delivering PD. When you're in the classroom, if it is an activity where completing that is essential to the experience, you would definitely want to look at choosing one of these other options. So I'm going to cancel. I don't want to change that one up too much. So now if I go up again, you can see my character map, trailers over time, and Superman facts. These are all unlocked in the exact same way. They're all unlocked based on scores on the Superman quiz. So for my character map, I needed to have a score that was greater than 70. For my trailers over time, if the score was between 40 and 70. So here you can see when I choose score, I get a little bit more options. So the mid one needs to be a range because it's got the low and the high, or I can do higher, equal. One disclaimer in terms of best practices is pay attention to whether you're using less than or less than and equal to. I'll show you that with my next one. So if I've got my points here starting at 40, then my 50 facts needs to be scores that are lower than 40. One of the things that we need to watch out for are criteria that contradict each other. So here I said less than 40. If I had accidentally said less than or equal to 40, then my mid-range is pulling on the 40 percentile and my low range would both be pulling on that same percentage. So we want to make sure that we're being precise when we select these and when we're setting those numbers so that we don't get into any kind of looping where kids are being excluded or they're being released multiple materials because our criteria are overlapping. All right. So this is all from the teacher side. This is essentially what I'm doing for setup. So let's see. And here I do have, you guys will get these slides to keep at the end. And you can kind of see that I'm giving you a little bit of something to think about. The thing that I didn't show you before is that you can make groups of these. So if I was getting very elaborate, I could say that there's a group of conditions up here that need to be met, or there could be a second route that maybe doesn't have so many options. Again, I think this is something that we wouldn't explore right away. It might be something that you're doing something very elaborate, or if you were doing something over the course of the semester. But I expect that for most of us, we'll start off using this for smaller units of study, and that is something that we won't get into until later. So here are the steps that I just went through. We navigated to our materials and clicked that gear. We selected the options that we knew we're going to need to hide or set those conditions on, and we clicked the add condition. We defined the prerequisite by saying, did we want to score, view, submit, or comment count? And then if it does have the multiples, we're going to use the and or to make sure that those are covered before we save. Once you do that, especially on the first time around, what you'll notice is that material type becomes unpublished because at that point, no students are attached to the material. So at that point, it's going to become unpublished and you're going to be able to simply move on to the next one. Okay. So we've shown you this a little bit, and what I want to talk about here is the fact that a lot of this, I think the steps, the things that we click are not going to be the most difficult part of using conditional release. I think that for most of us, the big thing is that we need to think about how we're setting things up in terms of our organization and how we're setting things up in terms of the map that we need to kind of create to make sure that everything's going into the right place. You can see that the student side stays pretty simple, but the teacher view has a lot more going on. So this is one that I had done as a preliminary course, and it has a similar format. I sent people to a pre-assessment and there was a low, medium, and high. I did attach a skills check to my low group just to see like, okay, well, I gave you remedial content. Did it make a difference? Did it help? But then regardless, if once they finish their skills check or they finished looking at their medium and high materials, then they went on to a project planning. So this is pretty similar to what I've got in my Schoology course that y'all have been given access to. And you can see here that I have some little indicators that are going on in terms of what's happening with my materials. I'm going to flash back and show you in my other course as well here. But I do need to have some organization to this so that I can keep track of what's going on with my students because I am going to see so much more than what my students see. So for that, let's go ahead. I'm going to jump back over to our thing here. So the reason none of these are unpublished is because I've had enough people go through this course that you can see they have already unlocked. I've had at least one person unlock everything. So as I'm going through, one of the things I like about this is that at a quick glance, I can see how many kids or how many students are landing in each one of the materials that I set up, because this little indicator here is going to tell me how many students have been assigned to that material. The other thing I've got going on as a teacher is I can then come over here and say individually assign. Actually, let's go ahead for the sake of simplicity. I'm going to click on my high end here and click individually assign. And here you can see I can actually review who are the people that have unlocked that material. Which is really nice because I like it. I'm imagining if I'm a teacher in the classroom, my kids start off the day with a pre-assessment. It's going to auto sort them by material. And since it is taking care of all that automation, one of our goals is that it frees you up as the teacher to be able to be more hands-on with your kids. So if I want to, I can go ahead and take a quick look at my high-level material and say, okay, this is a small group. You three, I need you to come over here and chat with me real quick. I'm going to make sure that you know what you're doing for your extension activity and see what questions I can address as you go through your next steps. Are you all set up? Is there anything I need to do? Okay, pull over my remedial group. Is there anything that I need to do to show you something in person or to address some common misconceptions before you go on to that next material? It makes it a really slick way to build some small groups that teachers can pull without having to do a whole lot of extra processing. Here you can see I've got my comment count, so I can see that 36 kids have been assigned this material. 30 of them have completed it. Now, this is 30 new comments, but I can see as they start to come in, if I was doing this within the classroom, I would expect that to match pretty closely. The other thing I'll say about teacher view, student view is thinking about the fact that this is the student view. Clearly, we'd never want a student to come in and say, oh, well, I got the remedial content. So in my Superman course, you'll notice that I had 50 facts about Superman. I had trailers over time, and then I had his character traits map. None of that is going to tell the student right off the bat what group they're in. We always do want that to be something where the labeling is going to be ambiguous to the student, but that's another reason that our teacher organization is important, because over here it's real easy to see what my high, low, medium is. But that's not going to be as apparent if I'm using those good naming conventions for my students. So I want to make sure I organize my folder in such a way that I can easily tell what's going on with my students as they're working through these materials. All right, so starting to get a little bit more practical with it. So what we've already done is we've gone through what is it? What is the tool? What are the buttons I need to click? And so now I want to start switching gears just a little bit and start thinking about like, hey, when am I going to use this? What are the kinds of assignments that I want my kids to be engaging with this tool? Because we know that it takes a little time to set up. It's not something where you're going to be using it every single week or on every single lesson. So how do I decide when it's going to be a high impact? Well, I think that it really breaks down into two different pieces, the scaffolding and the differentiation. So if I'm looking to provide the additional support or the extensions for students, and especially if those students are learning at their own pace, then I'm going to want to be able to automate that in order to free up my teacher time. Another way to think about this might also be looking at those materials you already have. In an ideal world, we're not asking you all to go reinvent the wheel just because there's a new tool out there. But we know that you might have some assignments where you've already done a support video where you walk through the steps in a more basic way, and that it would be fairly simple to put that in addition for the students who need it. Or maybe you have an extension activity that pre-exists where you can fold that in and put those conditional release rules just for the kids who need it. Differentiation is going to be more about allowing students to base their stuff on interest and choice. It's also going to be about working in with that blended learning environment where the teacher is allowed to open up. And if you're going to be doing small groups or you're going to be doing workstations, I think that the conditional release tool that's a great time to consider using it because you can set it up so that kids can be independent. The teacher has the ability to move about the room or to pull those small groups to work with individual students as needed. Um, so those are the kinds of lessons I think that are going to suit this the very best. We wanted to also make sure that it's got triggers involved in it. As we're looking through the materials, if all I'm doing is having everybody look at the same web pages and submit the same assignments, there's no trigger to differentiate or split kids out, then maybe I would look at something more like completion rules where everybody's on the same path and they're monitoring their own workflow. This is going to be a little bit different because of the branching and because of the splitting. Okay, so coming up next, I wanted to kind of start getting you thinking a little bit about what are some of the use cases that we might see this. So I am a big fan of the idea of actually building a mental map before we jump in. We want our materials to be really clean. We want to make sure that all of our criteria are ready to go. And there can be a lot to keep track of, especially in a bigger unit. So I would highly suggest making a map kind of like this. Now, some of you, if you're not that like linear thinker where this isn't your jam, you might still be the materials matron on your team. Partner up with each other. Think about this with your team. Is there something where, there's someone where they would really understand how this works? They could fiddle with the criteria and figure out how to do the engineering piece. If you can provide some of the materials, this could be a collaborative process as well. But regardless, and especially when you're working with teams, I would say that this map is going to be your best friend. So in this case, this is pretty similar to what I did in our example course. I started off with a pre-assessment that split out into different tracks based on score. I do highly recommend involving some kind of skills check with our remediation group. It doesn't have to be huge. It could be 2 or 3 questions. But if I'm taking the time to give you additional material because you misunderstood the first time, then before you rejoin everybody else, I do want to have some assurance that you have been able to resolve those misunderstandings or that you have been able to pick up the additional material. So then we can go to our next step, and that could either continue to track along together or it could split out again, depending on how elaborate your setup is going to be. Okay, so this would be a great scaffolding example. I'm using it when I want to differentiate the workflow based on student need and get them resources at their level. In this one, I'm involving some kind of sorting activity at the beginning. And based on the criteria, then it's going to open up a choice, option A, B, or C. Now, the one thing I will say is currently with our scoring options, this is one where the scoring that happens up here may need to be based on teacher score. Because if I'm doing like a quiz or something, how do I tell a kid, well, you need to get 40% in order to go to option A, but another kid needs to score 60% in order to go to option B? So this might be a thing where the trigger is that the kid, submits an activity, and then as a teacher, I'm going to actually score that exit ticket or that pre-assessment and give them a non-graded score that sends them on the track that they need. But then I could load various materials for each of the choice options, and then the kids are ready to go. One of the beauties of this one that I like is when we use, for instance, completion rules, kids see everything. But because this is differentiated and we had that student view earlier where they're only seeing the materials that have been released to them, my option A kids don't have to worry about ignoring the option B and C materials. They're only going to see the materials that are best for them based on the options that they've chosen. So this would be a great example of using student choice so that they can choose their own adventure, and it keeps that mostly nice and clean for the students so that they can really focus on the materials that they're going to be using. This one is one that has been really exciting, especially for my high school people or any of you that might be involved with STAR intervention. Um, with this one, I would consider this to be something we're looking at whenever we're trying to make sure that kids are good to go on a variety of TEKs or skills or topics, but we don't want them to have to do extra work on pieces where they already are proficient, right? So this could also be used. Let's say that you've had a kid who is homebound or has been out of school for several weeks and is trying to do makeup work. Well, if they can pass a quick, 5-10 question quiz and show me that they don't need all of the detailed information about a specific topic, then they would be free to move on to topic 2. If they're good to go there, they could move on to topic 3. Um, However, if at any point they show that they've got a weakness in any of these skills, then they could go in, get some supplemental material, work with it, figure out where their shortcomings or misunderstandings are. And then once I've done my skills check, I'm going to continue moving along into those next topics. So this is one that I would really use for targeted review or content compression. I think it's got implications for our high schoolers who might be looking at graduation plans. Any of our students who are doing STAR review or doing any kind of compressed review where they are going to have some standards where they have more proficiency than others. It helps us to self-sort. A couple of notes about this one. I do notice I've got my separate skills check down here. There's a couple of reasons I advise doing that instead of referring back up to the one up top. I could, in theory, set topic 1 and say, okay, you can retry it 5, 6, 10 times. And whenever you get to 80%, then you move on. But if I do that, there's no real way to force kids to interact with the supplemental content. By putting it in this workflow, the kids have to interact with that supplemental content. They maybe only get one try at topic 1. They have to interact with this content in order to unlock the criteria to get their next skills check. And now, based on that skills check, I know whether they're ready to move on to topic 2, or do they need to continue and keep working here in order to get the grade they need to move on. The other thing is that skills check could be the very same quiz that was up here, but I would still advise doing it in a separate section so that you can put those criteria in. And the other reason is because as I'm unlocking the content, if you get into the course, what you'll notice is, or if you watched from the student version that I did at the beginning, as I finished or met the criteria, when I went back to the folder, that criteria was then unlocked. However, there was nothing that said, hey, hit next, and I'm going to send you to your next resource, right? It doesn't automatically link or send the kids. And so by building things in a very linear way, we make it easy for our students to navigate so that they're not getting lost. And that is going to be a big goal because that's going to be part of what keeps our teachers working independently and keeps them working with the students who need the additional help, not working with kids who've gotten lost in a folder. So we've touched on this a little bit, but I do want to put out there that conditional release and completion rules are not the same. We've already had completion rules in Schoology since the beginning. And I know this is a big hit with some of our CTE teachers. The people who like it use it a lot because it can kind of be like a task card. We use it a lot in professional development because you can go in and say, okay, I know I've got 3 modules I need to do. Each module opens up as I complete the one before it. Visually, one of the things that you'll notice is when you use completion rules, I can see the folders or the materials, but the link to open them doesn't become active until I've met the criteria of the one before. Think of completion rules as everyone being on the same path, but you have these gates that are going to stop and check them along the way so that the student can moderate the flow and work at their own pace, but everyone's completing the same material. Conditional release, on the other hand, we've already seen we've got that branching going on, but I also love the component that it's going to hide and unpublish the materials that I haven't accessed yet or that I don't qualify for. I think that this is not only good for branching and splitting, but also if we've got some of those students who might get some anxiety about like opening up a folder and seeing they have 16 different tasks to do. It's kind of a nice feature that as they go through this, they're really only going to be seeing one path at a time. They see the next material that they need to do, and then they are going to be able to take that on when they're ready for it. All right, I've got just a few minutes left. So, best practices for making this work, plan ahead. Like I said, it is absolutely helpful, and I wouldn't say it, I mean, clearly it's not critical. If you don't make a map, that's kind of on you. But especially in the beginning, I found it really helpful to make the map so I knew what my criteria was that I was applying to each of the materials. I could make sure that I didn't have any loops. I could make sure that all of the materials had some criteria that were associated with it. And I was able to figure out, okay, well, is that checkpoint too high? Do I need to adjust anything? Before I went in Schoology and I was trying to apply everything. Communicating clearly is going to also be one that is going to be critical for your classroom. I know I've done this training a couple times with some of our district leaders, and one of the questions I always get if I don't preface it is, oh, I didn't get the links page. Did I do something wrong? We know that our kids clearly look at each other's screens. And so the second that a kid is opening up something that they don't see, they're going to start asking questions. They're going to start wondering. So giving them a preface at the beginning that, hey guys, today we're doing a differentiated activity. Depending on your performance and your interactions with the course materials, you're going to unlock different materials. Now, they still may be really curious about what the kid next to them has opened up or is working on, but at least it gives them the peace of mind to know they didn't do anything wrong. They're not navigating incorrectly and that they can continue to move forward. And in fact, that is the expectation. So letting them know that that is something that's going to be applying is going to help them to keep moving forward. We want to make sure that as we're working on our path, we're naming things purposefully and we're setting up our folders in a way that's really easy for us to navigate. And as we're building this, we do want to make sure that we are using this to give kids what they need. This is not simply okay, you really messed up on this test, so now you got 50 extra questions. It's not the kids who perform low get more work. This is really about making sure that they get the materials they need to be successful. From a technical aspect, we need to make sure that we don't have those loops or criteria that cancel each other out. And the other big disclaimer is we don't want to change those conditions once students have started. So you guys saw this a little bit when I came in and was working on my setup here. I put in the exact same criteria as I had put in before, because if I had shifted this to say that it needed 2 comments, for instance, then we would notice that all of a sudden I've got kids and students in different parts of the course who have had different criteria for opening it. It also opens us up for strange looping and things like that that we maybe don't want to uh, have as part of it. So if I change the criteria for how to score and open up this character map partway through, once a kid has been put on a track and they've met that criteria, it's not going to go back and reshuffle everyone. So we want to be really precise with that in the setup and not on the backside. All right, so some other things to keep in mind. My Zoom is kicking my butt here. All right, so other things to keep in mind. I don't want to make changes after I've already set it up. We just touched on that. We already talked a little bit about how the system does not automatically send you to the material that you've unlocked. It's simply going to unpublish it. So Setting up your folder layout in a way that's going to make sense for your students is something that we want to consider thoughtfully as we are putting our folders together. I do recommend that you contain all those materials in the same folder so it kind of makes a little module. We do know that this has some upfront setup, but we think that beneficial over the long term, it's going to allow you to be more precise with your time and with your students in terms of getting them where they need to be. Choose your lessons that you're going to be using this on specifically so that you can get the most bang for your buck. All right, and then publishing dates. If I say that a material can't unlock until Friday, and the kid meets the conditions on a different date, then those are going to contradict each other. So we want to make sure that as we're setting it up, if you've got the make it available from until those kinds of pieces in your folder, if you're someone who's your Monday folder automatically unlocks on Monday, but you've also got completion rules involved with that, you want to double check all of those settings to make sure that they're not going to contradict. And especially for those of you who use TAC Passback, one of the things I want you to think about, I'm going to back up here to one of my maps, is if I've got branching going on, let's look especially at this one. If my kids did their sorting activity and the kids in option A are doing different assignments than the kids in option B, and then the kids in option C have different sets of materials. In Schoology, that shouldn't be a problem. They're going to see because they don't use that as the gradebook of record. But what is going to happen in my TAC gradebook, if I use grade passback, is I'm going to see assignments for option A that not every kid has to complete. And I'm going to see assignments for option B that not every kid has to complete. So in those cases, we want to be really precise with indicating in the gradebook which assignments they are excused from and which ones are requiring a grade or scoring as a 0 or missing, so that our parent communication can be really tight, because we know that once an assignment lives in TAC, then we're going to be seeing it regardless of who the student is. It's not going to self-sort according to those individually assigned groups. All right, so this is mostly it. This is one of my last slides. Really, what we're doing is tracking all these materials. We want to make sure if you are running into troubles, that you're checking all of those different settings. When is it releasing? Who is it individually assigned to? Did I set any criteria? Maybe are there completion rules and conditional release that are contradicting within my folder? Again, this is all part of why we want to keep it really simple at the beginning. We want to build those maps where we've set it up in advance. And then that way, if you do run into issues, we can contact iSupport, but make sure that you give us all the information. I'm going to want to see what you've set up in terms of the settings for the assignment, what's going on. Give us example students, give us those IDs, give us the screenshots, because this is a very detailed process. We're going to want to make sure that we can get into the weeds with you. But almost every issue I've seen with this so far has been one where I, the creator, have created some kind of loop or a contradiction in my criteria. So that's going to be always the very first thing that we want to check. So with that, that is our big picture overview. The one other thing I will tell you about this, and I know that I expect this to change, but one of the questions I always get asked is, if I copy this to a folder, does it copy with it? So, I set up this conditional release folder. It's got all of these really nice conditions attached. If I copy it to another course, is it going to stick? And unfortunately, the answer right now is no. It is a change I'm expecting Schoology to make. They are working on it. They already have the ability with completion rules for those settings to stick. However, they have not gotten there yet with conditional release. So what I am advising currently and instead is, let me jump over here, my groups real quick. So what I'm suggesting instead is that, especially if you're working on this with a team, you're putting something together with your group in maybe like a master sandbox or something like that, is build a little teacher resource that you include. So you can see here, I've got my different materials that I copied over to this group. These are the same materials that I just used in my course. But what I did was I made a little teacher resource where I just copied what were the materials, a little snip of how I set it up, and then I was able to put any other notes about that material that might apply. So you can see like here, when I was doing the discussion, okay, note that the character map was set to viewed. This is because of the PD environment. So doing this with the snips, I think took me probably less than 10 minutes, even with the notes, but it's going to allow me then, if I'm the teacher who's now coming in and assigning that resource and copying it to my course, I have a little map that I can use to set up those criteria quickly and efficiently and keep things moving forward. Again, I expect this to be a feature that does update eventually, but as early adopters, this is one of those pieces where we're going to have to wait for that to come into place. This is the workaround that I would suggest in the meantime. And I think, Todd, I'm running right up against my time. Were there any big questions that I can answer or things that we can loop back to?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share. So I'll take over the screen and share the code. So guys, this is the code for the 10 a.m. session right there. Make sure you write that one down. It is right there. It is a 4-letter word, but it is a good 4-letter word. So make sure that you write that one down. Again, we are not sharing our codes in the YouTube chat, so we greatly appreciate that you don't do that. You need to watch the sessions to be able to get the code. So I'm going to leave that up for about a minute. Jen, one of the questions was, it wasn't really about the conditional release. I mean, you answered one of them. I threw it in the chat for you, but there was a question about your Superman character map, how you made that. It was in, do you want to talk a little bit about the differences between Schoology annotations and Kami
Yeah.
annotations yeah, so just
Yeah,
for
I can do that. I can talk a little bit while they're doing this and then just give me a heads up and I'll share my screen when we're ready.
okay.
Um, But yeah, so for any of you who maybe haven't used it yet or you're interested, there is a feature in Schoology to create an assignment type that is called an annotations assignment. It allows you to load a PDF or an image or a Word doc. It's got some other file types as well, and then kids can annotate on it. So like you saw in my little character map there, I was able to throw some text on there. I could draw if I want, I can highlight. This is a lot like what we would have people in the beginning of when we started using Cami. That was a lot of what we did. Um, so we still have Cami, and the Cami LTI is brilliant, and they've been developing it like crazy over the last several years. But if you're just wanting kids to essentially mark up what essentially is like a digital worksheet, that annotations assignment can be a great tool. One of the other big advantages to it is that it allows the parents to see the student work. So they can actually see the assignment and they can see what their kids submitted. If you have any feedback for them, the parents can see that. When we go to Cami, we lose some of that functionality because the parents don't have an account um, that they can mirror with. So here I've opened up just in my course here. If I go in and I create an assignment, this annotations assignment right here, you can see I can load up all kinds of different file formats. And so in my case, I just loaded up that PDF, or actually I think it was an image of that character map, and then the kids have those tools. If you're wanting that full functionality, if you're doing interactive things with students where they're going to be doing sorting activities or they're doing some kind of big brainstorm, if you're wanting to be able to load video and audio comments and things like that, then you're going to want to come in and use that Cami tool because that's going to give you that fully loaded functionality. It gives you as a teacher the class view where you can watch the kids as they're working and different things like that. But if you're just wanting that simple straight ahead, please mark up this image or this PDF. The annotations assignment can do a really nice job of delivering on that in a way that's pretty simple and allows you a lot of parent viewing possibilities.
Good stuff, Jen. I really like this conditional release. I think it's a great way to gamify. I love that you brought up start slow, start small. I think one
Mhm.
of the things people can do is if they are trying things out, they can put it in to their course and ask ask a teacher to join, and then you just maybe go through it really quickly, or they can do it in a sandbox just to get a little bit of an idea of what it might look like before putting it in a course for students. But I think this
Absolutely.
is a great feature that we have, and I'm glad that we are piloting this and have it before a lot of others so that we can get a good jump on it. So I greatly
I like
appreciate
it.
you taking your Saturday to come share this with us.
Always. All right, and we'll continue to load more resources with this as we get further along. But thank you guys for joining me today. It's always a pleasure, and I love highlighting this new stuff for you. I hope you like it.
Jen, one more thing. The slides are in the presentation. So if people are
Yes.
in the course, so if you go through the course
Mhm.
and you just go through the conditional release, you will get the presentation slides. And so we just
Yep.
wanted to make sure that you do that, right? And
So
so
yeah, it. I don't know, Todd. If we can throw the access, I can throw the access code back in the chat again, maybe
yeah,
before we leave. But yeah, as you guys, you do have to play along. Like you need to go in and actually do some of this stuff. But once you've done posted in the discussion, then you'll get this brainstorming activity, and then in the front, you'll also get this resources folder that has the training slides. You can see my example t-shirt resource. And then this is the Schoology help page for conditional release as well.
sounds good. All right. Yeah, we're going to throw the code back in there so people can do that, and or the code for the access code for the course for the Schoology course, and you'll be able to get those materials. All right, Jen, thanks so
Fantastic.
much. Have a great
Thank
Saturday.
you. Have a good
Have a good
one.
one. All right, everyone, we're going to take a little bit of a break for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to bring Emma from Design for Learning in. She's going to talk about student engagement using some of the Google Suite. So we're really excited about this. We are very familiar with Design for Learning. They were with us in the DLC, and they've done some really great things. So we will be seeing you in about 5 minutes. Come back and get some really great PD on that. All right, so get up, stretch your legs. Make sure that you get something to drink, and we will be back very shortly. That's not what I wanted to share. There.
Hi, let's create some personalized student certificates using Canva Bulk Create. Once you're in Canva, click on the purple button that says Create a Design. Go ahead and type in Achievement Certificate or whatever certificate you would like. I'll click below, and then over to my left, you can see that there are several different templates and style. I'm going to go ahead and select this one. I'm going to only do a couple things, the name, the message, and the date. I've already created an Excel sheet that has those headers, the name, the message, and the date. So once I'm back over on Canva, I'm going to click on the left where it says Bulk Create. You can enter your data manually or you can upload your data. I'm going to go ahead and upload my data and go ahead and click on my Excel sheet. And over to the left, it looks like everything came in correctly. So I'm going to click continue and I can see the name, the message, and the date. So over on my certificate, there's a purple frame and I'm going to start with name. I'm going to do a right click, connect, and then select name. I'm going to go down to the message. I'm going to do a right click, connect, click message, and it turns purple. And lastly, I'm going to click date, do a right click, connect data, and click date. So it looks like I have all my information, and I'm going to click continue over to the left. And now you can see it generated my certificate. So now I'm going to click generate the 12 designs. And then voila, you can see that I've created all my personal certificates in one flow using Canva Bulk Create.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right click on that one and click on edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder.
All right, everyone, we are back and we're getting started as soon as I can turn off my my media browser. It is hidden behind something. There it is, my media player. Too many screens and too many things open. Hey guys, welcome back to our third session of EdTech Live. We're glad that you're here hanging out with us. Hey, we just want to remind you that, you get 4 hours of PD if you attend all of EdTech Live. But sometimes we know that you just pop in and you want to just see one session. That's fine. The attendance links are open over at the district website. If you only want to see one session and then go ahead and submit. And we do ask you to only submit one time because then it causes a lot of other issues. So we don't need you to submit after every session. But if you just saw Jennifer's session and you're like, that's all I want to see, you can go in and go ahead and do the attendance link and then go ahead and you'll be good to go. You'll get 1 hour of credit. But we will be able to do that at the end. I will walk everyone through, make sure you're writing down all the codes so that you can go ahead and get all the credit that you want to get for EdTech Live. So we're at the 11 o'clock session and we have Emma with Design for Learning here. We're really excited about having Emma on and talking about all the Google Suite or the Google Suite, the different apps that she's going to be talking about, right? Google Drive, Google Slide, and not just doing it for the fact of just doing it, but really getting student participation in there and helping them to engage. And one of the things that I like about Google Drive Google and all the resources that she's going to share. I keep saying Google Drive, all the Google Suite resources that she's going to share is that it's just easy. It's native. A lot of people already use it. It's there. And then just being able to think outside of the box sometimes and using with students is really what it takes. And that's what I appreciate, being able to get PD on that. So Emma, you are in. I have given you the ability to share. Welcome to EdTech Live. And we're excited you're here.
Wonderful. It is a pleasure to be here. Todd, just letting you know I am double screened, okay? So I have ability to see. You can message me if you need.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
All
It's all yours. I'm gonna take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, Todd. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. We're going to be diving into Google Drive, Google Forms, and Slides. And I have to confess, Slides is like my bread and butter. It is my favorite thing. And I'm going to tell you, like, I am a full-time teacher on the front lines in Slides. I don't know if I could teach without it. I love it. Everyone joining in, I know Todd is going to drop this link in the chat, but in a new tab, if you simply type in bit.ly/Cypress engagement, you will get this slide deck. And I have packed it in with lots of goodies ready to take away. Everything that I'm seeing and doing today is linked directly in there. So I'll maybe just put it like 10 more minutes on the screen. But you want to make sure you have this bit.ly Cypress engagement. I believe is sharing is caring, right? We're teachers, we're all investing in children and learning. So lots, like I said, lots of goodies in here that, you could use even on Monday if you wish. All right, so a little bit about myself. I am, like I said, I'm a full-time grade 8 teacher from Victoria, British Columbia. I'm also a certified Google champion, innovator, and leader. I went to Google school in Sweden in 2017. I've been able to travel around the States a lot and in Canada, and I'm just super passionate about using technology in creative ways. Designing is definitely my favorite thing. Now, I was talking to some of your team here, and I thought we might just like toss in a mini geography lesson. I know Cyprus, I think, is pretty just outside of Houston. I'm sorry if I'm messing that up. I'm from an island. You can see it up here in the top kind of left-hand corner. So if you see where it says Victoria, that is where I'm from. But you can actually see that I live south of the border. So I'm kind of your token Canadian, but I actually live in line with Seattle. So if you're ever looking at your North American map and you see this big island, because we're quite big, it's 800,000 people. I am there. So we're doing a little road trip today, just, just shy of 4,000 kilometers. So it is, well, kilometers. So I should say in miles, that'd be like 2,000 and something. Now, you can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. And that's what I love. I love being inspired and I love designing. And my students inspire me all the time too. So I thought I'd do a little temperature check. And in true teacher fashion, decimals are just fine. Todd, you're welcome just to relay me some numbers if you want. Maybe number 4, like your mind is just like being blown today. Maybe you're two. Maybe you're feeling a little tired, and that's okay. Kudos to doing some PD learning on a Saturday. That's always great to invest that time. Dun, dun. So feel free. I will take a look in the chat, just doing a little temperature check today. Now, our game plan, it is a bit of an ambitious game plan. I only have 45 minutes with you, down to 40. But I'm going to talk about with using Google strategies to boost student engagement, some organizational powers of Google Drive, um, building in student reflection with Google Forms, one of my favorite things to do, the collaboration power of Google Slides, increasing student engagement with slides. And like I said, I cut a whole bunch of templates and then time permitting, but I've put them in the slides anyway. I do have a number of bonus goodies for you, just as like a token of my appreciation for being with me here today. Now let's just clarify and make sure we're good to go. Google Drive is your organizing, right? It's your storage place. It's where you share things. Google Forms is like your data collection, your reflections. You can do quizzes that mark automatically. And then slides is your designing. So I always tell kids, like, if you have a lot of text, then you should be in a Google Doc. So anytime we're designing something, and not just presentations, it's actually more of a publication tool, but we are going to do some designing and some creating today. So just kind of confirming what we would use what for what. Now, a few things to get started, and these are all linked. It starts on slide number 10. I encourage my students to do 30 minutes of homework a day because what happens, and we all know students go home and say, "No, I don't have homework. I'm good," or "No, mom." So if you click on these are all linked and they're 8.5 by 11. You are more than welcome to make a copy of them and make it so they fit your classroom perfectly. And then all I do is I download them as a PDF. Or depending if you have color printing access, I don't really at my school, but you can send it right to the copier. I laminate them, I put them up in my classroom. And these are just like nice little reminders. I also download them as PDFs and I share them with my families. Perfect. The next one, and there's actually 5 of these all together. So the first one is the homework. The second is like quality work. I still at the grade 8 level get like red pen on lined paper and it like drives me bananas. So students do need these visual reminders. Like I said, these are all linked. So all you have to do is click on the image that you have. These start on slide number 10. You have all of these and use them as you will. And they're kind of nice and color coded. So in a lot of the classrooms at my school, you'll see the series of 5 just like put together where students can kind of look at it on their way in. The next one, because I am grade 8, and I'm sorry if you're not, this is for middle school. So where I am in Canada, this would be like grades 6 to 8, so like 11 to 14. But you can, like I said, make a copy and just adjust this. So I always for each of these have 9 strategies. The next one is like, what does organization actually look like? And again, these are all linked. They're 8.5 by 11s. Download them as PDFs, print them, put them up in your room, put them on your websites. Because if you want them on the websites, just download them as a JPEG. And I send them periodically to parents, like just a reminder. I often have them out at like meet the teacher night. And student agency, that's the big thing at grade 8 that we work on with my teaching partner and I, is just like ask questions. Like, let's help you find solutions. As you know, a lot of students are kind of passive in their learning, so we want to try and work through those barriers together. All right. Whew. Todd, I'm going to be driving into Google Drive. That was just our little warm up, but let me know. I'll just look at the chat quickly if there is any questions.
Yeah, so there's no questions yet. When you asked about how everybody felt, there were some threes and twos, and so that's good.
That's solid.
Yep, and I think they're ready to go.
Okay, let's dive in. So, what my plan is, because we have about 35 more minutes, I want to just spend 5 to 10 on Google Drive, 5 to 10 on Google Forms, and then with the grand finale being Google Slides, because that's where I have the most goodies for you. So Google Drive, you want to think of it as like your very own digital walk-in closet. And this is something I tackle with students in the beginning of the school year is like nothing I find so, this is like my pet peeve, that untitled, 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 untitled. Your Google Drive is an investment, right? It's your bedroom, and you want to make sure that it's organized. So we want to make sure it looks like this, where like things are nicely labeled, it's beautifully organized. So maybe I'm going to give you a few little strategies that I might recommend for that. Now, the first one is what I encourage for learners. So this, we're still started the school year, and I'm going to pop over to my Google Drive here. So I teach grade 8. So the very thing I would do at the start of the school year is I encourage my students to make a grade 8 folder. And then, of course, folder in a folder. So doubling clicking on this grade 8 folder, and we might call our subjects a little different, like language arts is our English. So then I have them for each subject make a science folder. I have them make their social studies folder. And just ensuring, like I know teachers are using Google Classrooms, and so do I, but I do have students do this as well. So math, and then they would have their language. And then, of course, I would remind students under organizing that they do have the option to like color code them. And what you can do, which I love as well, this is my little saving grace because I am a visual learner. Depending on your device, on my particular device, it's Windows and period. And you can have the emojis pop up. So for math, there's an abacus in there. You can kind of look at different things. So maybe I toss some numbers in there. But those visual cues to me are so, so helpful. So that is one suggestion for when you're organizing your students is like carve out some classroom time for that drive organization, everything from their particular grade. So in theory, whatever grade they're in, they should have like their grade 7 folder and their grade 8 folder and their grade 9 folder, because their Google Drives are going to follow them up all the way till graduation. And you want to make sure they're nice and tidy because it's quite a few years worth of learning in there. So just reminding, that's one little thing that I do. The other thing that you can do is if you have some really great templates in your Google Drive. So I will go back here to my Google Drive and maybe get something like an ABC Darium, and you will have that. But directly from your drive, you can share this. And you have two ways. You can share it directly right here, and you can see that it's in a few of my Google Classrooms already. Or you can do the copy link. And with the link, keep in mind, you want to be careful of the share settings, Viewer means they can look at it and make their own copy, make their own personalized comment. Not really so much productivity, but if you're working with other colleagues and you want to refine it, and be cautious with editor, because if you do send it as everyone can edit, everyone can go in there and do their little thing on there. So just be careful with that. Just reminding, you can just share things directly from your drive. Now, this is my saving grace because I make a lot of templates, and nothing is worse than getting a lot of share requests or may I please have that. So for this, say, particular presentation, or actually, maybe I'll do this ABC Darium. So say I wanted, this is just a basic template, and I wanted it available to maybe all the students in my class or all the students in my school. If you pop up to this link, actually, before you do that, if you are sharing something out, make sure your share setting says anyone with the link, or you will get those share requests. But up in these links, and these are really messy Google links, but if you scroll to the right, if you take everything from edit to the end, so edit to the end and delete it, and we are actually going to replace it with template slash preview. Again, that's anything after the forward slash where it says edit to the end, we're going to replace it. And when we go template slash preview, oh, this is like a saving grace. And then this becomes a new link up here. This link you could then put in your Google Classroom. You could put it on a classroom website. And if you're like, okay, students, I want you to do this and use this template, they could go to wherever you have placed this link and just simply click use template, and they will get their very own copy to create. Now, if you're a Google Classroom user, it's going to basically be very similar to a make a copy for each student. But maybe you are someone that has resources on a website. You could pop these templates up, like maybe you have an ABC diagram, maybe you have a Venn diagram, maybe you have a KWL, then they are there for you. So template slash preview is one of my other kind of Google Drive favorites. It's nice to have these templates because then maybe other students, they may not be in your class, or other teachers, they can just go ahead and get a copy. So again, anything after edit, you change to template forward slash preview. If you're like, Emma, I really like this ABC Darium and I would like it for my students, it is linked on slide number 21 for you. So again, you will get it and open up. If you want to personalize it by adding a topic, you do not need my permission, but you will simply need to make your own copy. And this is an 11 by 17, so it's a custom 11 by 17, but that is there for you. It is linked, like I said, slide number 21, and you will have that ABC Darium. Now, the other thing you might perhaps want to keep in mind, if you have a team of teachers working with a particular group of students, you can do some collaborative folders, so directly in your Google Drive. So this is, say, my language arts 8. Maybe I'm team teaching this year. I could share this entire folder on someone with someone. And when your folders are shared, you will see you'll start to get these little, you'll see that they are shared on there. So you might want to consider some collaborative folders depending on what you are doing. Lastly, well, not lastly, but I want to show you a little observation. This is a screenshot from my Google Drive. This is actually my Social Studies 8. This is my overview. But you'll notice I number my assignments. The first one I do, the second one I do, the third one I do, and I have it all ordered in a folder. So I want to show you what this actually looks like. So this is my Social Studies 8. I'm pretty proud of this, to be honest. I have mapped out my entire social studies curriculum for the year. So I just go into my Social Studies 8. You can see I have my little emoji there. And I have all my assignments in order. So out of the course of a school year, students will go from number 1 all the way up to 20. And that, I think it's about 20 or 21. But numbering your assignments is amazing. You might even want unit folders. So maybe you do the Vikings and you do the Renaissance. You could organize them by folders as well. But remember, Google Drive does numeric, so numbers, and then letters. So if you want to be really strategic about your organization, perhaps start labeling some of your things with numbers. Google Drive does have workspaces. I have to confess, I really like it. I just don't particularly use it all that much. But right over here, you could collect, like, so you could make this is a folder that I've created, but maybe you have like a social studies unit and you just want to have all the papers together. Or maybe you have like the branding for your school and you want to have like your letterheads and everything's together. You can create a workspace and call it like school schedules. And then within that, you can add the files of your schedules. So if I search up here, maybe something I add is a timetable, and I can add. So you can create some unique workspaces as well. Like I said, I really like the tool, but because I have such a rigid organization thing in my Google Drive, I find I don't use it as much. So maybe I'm going to give you 30 seconds right now and see if you can quickly maybe just make a little folder, maybe relabel something, or honestly, maybe just delete something that says untitled. And then we're going to be moving over to Google Forms. And Todd, let me know if there's anything from Drive I can answer before we dive into the world of forms.
So there was a question on how is template preview different than copy?
Um, Not a whole lot different, really. It's very similar to the make a copy in Google Classroom, but it for me it kind of saves. We know when you do copy, it says or like force copy, it'd be like, do you want to make a copy? It just I like template preview because it gives you a little image.
Yeah, it lets the user see what they're going to be downloading versus just randomly,
Yeah,
like
and
how
for
many
like
copies.
forcing you to have a copy of something, you may not know if you actually want it.
That's right. Then you got to delete it. So that,
Yeah.
yeah,
So it's nice. It gives you a nice little visual. And especially if it's Google Slides, right? Like you can actually go through the individual slides before deciding, okay, I want this. Yeah. Good
yeah,
question.
yep.
All right, let's dive into Google Forms because I am an ambitious presenter, but I want to make sure you're getting, good value for the time. Google Forms, these are kind of my favorite things. I actually make digital escape rooms. You can do kind of unique formatting where you put the form in a Google site and you can make some escape rooms. I love them for exit tickets, weekly quizzes, just student check-ins. How are they feeling? Student reflections is probably my number one reason, but they can also use for assessment and student feedback. Just always caution, it's not really a caution, but when you're doing Google quizzes, you can't always guarantee that a kiddo's not in another tab looking up information, but use as you wish. This is a reflection that I use, and I want to just remind you, I think this particular question type is underutilized, and that's the checkbox grid. So let me show you what that might look like. I am over here in my Google, and I can navigate over to Forms, and Form is my purple one. And let's go ahead and make a new one. And we'll call this Fun with Fractions. Fractions is always that universal. And this could be for students. Please, let me know how you are doing with our math unit. Now, teachers, and this is nothing wrong, we tend to, I feel with Google Forms, multiple choice tends to be our default because it's the one that comes up. So nothing wrong with it. But I would encourage you to explore a little bit down in what I call the checkbox grid. And here's a simple way of doing it. And whoops, so checkbox grid, checkbox grid. Here's my question. Please let me know where you are at with the following fraction concepts. And then over here is where students are selecting. So the rows will be kind of your questions, and the columns you could say, not great, okay, good, excellent. And you could have your own scale. It could be numerical. And then maybe the first question you want to ask them is maybe about improper fractions. Maybe the next one will be mixed number fractions. And then you can, of course, move into the operations, adding fractions, subtracting fractions. And let me go into the view now to show you what this would look like for students. Like, look how sharp this is. And this gives you, in this, because this is a big component of the presentation today, is that student ownership. And student ownership comes with them being able to like actually articulate where they might be with their learning. So then students can go, okay, improper fractions, yeah, I'm okay with that mixed number. And that gives you some instant feedback for the different things that students are doing. Now, this doesn't have to be fractions. It could be paragraph writing. It could be different adding, it could be different decimals. I love how these checkbox grids can be used for any particular course. So teachers today, I would encourage you to get kind of some more quantifiable or like some specific data on your students, utilize that checkbox grid. It's a favorite of mine. And this form is actually linked. So if you wanted an example of a reflection that I use, I teach a digital design course, but I have students go through and tell me like, what's your favorite design? But here's my checkbox grid. After this course, do they feel more comfortable? And the questions are problem solving, agree or disagree, expressing my own original ideas, agree or disagree. So I love that checkbox grid. I always I include my rubrics. I have rubrics text style and rubrics Bitmoji style. And those Dropbox are really well as well. So we're on a proficiency scale. But maybe consider after today, maybe take consideration to the types of questions you would like to include in your Google form. So here's again just mine in detail. And with any form that you do, if you do want to make it a quiz, it's simply in the settings and you can check it on or off, and it'll give you the option to check what's the correct answer, and it will automatically grade. Just like the one in Google Classroom, you can toss the question, you can make them through there or outside, depending on your preference. I have also, just to help you out, I have linked an exit ticket today. And that one is on slide number 32. So if you're like, I want to do an exit ticket, but I don't really feel like making a Google form, I've done it for you. Students will put the name, and then they put, this is just, you would post a question on the board. Students respond to the question. Today in class, I learned, I contributed to my group today, something I still need help on, a question I have. You can see there's another checkbox grid here. You can use whatever questions you would like out of there, but leaving you with an example of an exit ticket that you can use. I am going to pause here for 1 minute before we dive into Google Slides, but this is your code or word. I think you were calling them codes. So for the 11 a.m. session, your code is engage. So I repeat, your code is engage. And then we're going into Google Slides, my absolute favorite. And Todd, let me know if we have any questions about forms before we go into my real passion, Google Slides.
We only had one question about, someone said they'd like to learn how to make escape rooms in Google Forms. So, is there one place where you can go and grab that information that would be
Something that you could do is reach out to Molly and then I can pass along some examples.
okay?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I have a number of escape room examples I can send along.
Okay.
All right, I hope everyone has your code. 11 o'clock session is engage. All right, we are jumping into Google Slides. And like I said, this brings me so much joy, and I have packed in tons of goodies for you. One of my favorite things as a teacher to offer choice. Nothing gives students more ownership than, hey, do you want option A, option B, option C? You can decide if you want 2 options or 4 options. So choice boards are great for just the student engagement and motivation, differentiated instruction, development of higher order thinking skills, just assessment, because I find when students maybe choose how they share their ideas, it tends to be really good. It's also good for classroom management. So I thought I would do a really quickly, because I can do this in about 2 minutes, a little choice board demonstration for you here. So I'm starting off with a blank Google slide. And maybe you want to just start with a nice, simple background color. I like the soft gray tones. I'm going to kind of stick with the design for learning colors. And I always like to add a little rectangle on the side for my instructions, because I find when you make it a slightly different color, it kind of takes the eyes of the students. So maybe this is my paragraph writing choice board. And you can see that you can type directly into shapes. I use shapes so I can avoid using text boxes personally. And we can do some little formatting here because, I like things to look nice. So this is my paragraph writing choice board. And, if you're a Bitmoji user, this is a Chrome extension. You may or may not have it available, but students love a little personal pizzazz in there. So I'm going to put myself writing. Look at that. Now, all you need to do is decide how many options you're going to give your students. In this particular option, I think I'm going to go with 4. It's a little ambitious, but you might just simply have A or B. I love the rounded rectangle shape. I just do. I don't know. I'm drawn to it. And I'm going to format one of the boxes. And I have one option. Now, once we have one, Control D to duplicate. So again, Control D, it's my design best friend. Control D, that will be my next option. I can pull these together and then I have more options. Look at that. And I can even drag them all together and use up more of the space. So maybe option A for their paragraph unit would be, please write me a persuasive paragraph on convincing me of your favorite sandwich. And I would just bold that. Then maybe option B. Option B, please write me an expository paragraph on how to make the best sandwich. You could also have this if you're doing a research project for your students. It doesn't always have to be text-based. You can simply click on the shape. There's a little linking here, or Control K. Maybe you want to steer them in a correct direction when you're doing research, where this could be, maybe World Book Kids. Maybe this is another website. You could link the websites you want students going to so they're not just going blind into Google, or into a Google search. So I absolutely love, love, love these choice boards. If you're like, Emma, I really like that, but I might forget, I've included the step-by-step instructions. Background color, add a rectangle, add your shapes, add your details. And then you can link. So you can even link Google Docs, you can link Google Slides, you could do websites, Control K to link, and you have a beautiful resource for your students that can be used over and over and over. So again, this is just another example. If we had more time, I would give you time to create, but I'm sorry, I have limited time and I want to give you lots of goodies. This one on slide number 48 is linked. This is an option that you can do. It would probably, you can see in my bold, maybe review slide etiquette ahead of time, because what you could do in a Google slide, you'll notice this is an 8.5 by 11 template, but I have duplicated the slides. So right click duplicate, where I then have a class set of these. I can link it in the Google Classroom where everyone can edit. I can send the link out. I can put it on the website. So you can have all the students at the same time completing these KWLs. Now, this is a teacher preference. Collaborations might work really well in your class. They may not. There is always that one student that struggles to stay on the right slide. And a little thing that I do to kind of manage that as a little bit is I would probably pre-name, like I would put all my student names in maybe ahead of time. So if I zoom in a little bit, you can see it. I might pre-name all of these to start, but you could do these collaborative slide decks. The advantage of a collaborative slide deck is students can be put in partners. You don't have to do a one-to-one, so you could put them in partners, you could put them in groups. It also helps maybe those other students that are maybe slow to get going. It's going to give them some ideas as well, and it can get a nice little brainstorm. So you can choose if you want one per student, one per group. You could even do groups in Google Classroom as well, whatever your preference may be. But just showing you on slide 48 that you could do a collaborative Google slide if you like. That's an example template, but you can do all sorts of different ones. Or this is another example of a collaborative and template. And yes, I have linked it. But this is for any kind of book that you've read. You can even print them and laminate them as well. Drop this in the Google Classroom, assign them in groups. Students roll the dice and they would answer the question connected. So you can see here that a 7 was rolled, and 7 says, is any character in the story someone you would choose as a friend? Why or why not? So this could encourage some dialogue with any book that you've been reading as a class. Now, a little bit more Google Slide inspiration before we finish off our session today. Maybe you just have the instructions. So this is what my Monday morning looks like in our classroom to just kind of increase that accountability of like, hey, today we have assembly. Tomorrow we have a fire drill. Wednesday is band instrument night. And I do this every morning, or not every morning, every Monday morning to get my students organized, to set them up, go over all the details that they need to know for the week. I leave these to other teachers. If I have a meeting and I want to make sure my students are getting my exact instructions, this is what I leave sometimes. So you are welcome to use it. This is on 53, and I even have linked this activity for you as well. This is like a back to school all about me. But I will oftentimes just include instructions on a Google slide because we all know we have auditory learners, we have visual learners. So I will leave that up as well. The great thing about this, when my students see this, they know the instructions are coming directly from me if I'm not in the room. And that kind of gives them like, okay, I know for sure that I need to do this. Here's another example. Maybe you want to have a little checklist. I project these. I have a really big projector in my classroom, and I'll put this on the board when they're coming in. So students aren't like, what do I need today? Well, here's a checklist. Here's everything that you need today. And teachers, you, of course, you do not need my permission. Whatever you like in here, please just make a copy and use. Maybe it's your game plans. We have advisory is our kind of time when kids are eating lunch every day. So we have kind of our set activities that we do. This is a little scheduling one if you'd like. Now, maybe if you're like, you know what, Emma, I like some choice boards. Do you just have some ready for me? And you betcha I do. Computer Science Education Week is coming up in December, and these are all linked for you. So it has the activity A, it has the activity B. Just check to see if the activities are a good fit. And if you don't like my activity, just unlink it and link an activity of your own that you like. And if you like a particular slide, because you can see all together in my presentation that I have 255 slides for you. But if you like a particular one, just simply copy it, copy that slide, slides.new in a new tab. Make sure you're logged in with your school district credentials. But then all you have to do is Control V to paste it in. You now have that. I'm going to delete this one here. And then you would just call this your Computer Science Week. You now have this ready to go to drop into your Google Classroom. So any particular thing you like, just, whoops, just copy it out there. So I'm currently on slide 58. Here's on 59 is another example of a novel study. This is from the flipped, just showing you how you can work it in with some different options. You'll see that I often have a writing option, a visual option, and then students can pick how they want to share their learning. This is a math choice board. And yes, these all link. It's about grade 5, grade 6 probably, but these are all Google Slide math activities that will link to. A little tip, if you're a Google Classroom user, make it a little enrichment or done early section and put these choice boards in there. So there's no such thing as a kid never having anything to do. Here's a blank choice board template. And maybe just a few more templates. These are kind of some fun ones, but I have speeding tickets. Maybe you want to print these off and then you just checked. Ooh, you didn't follow instructions, or you have incomplete components, or ooh, sorry, there's too much generative AI in this assignment for me to properly assess what you know. So feel free to use these speeding tickets. They are on there for you. Maybe you want a Google Slide exit ticket. This is ready for you. Again, this is slide number 64. You could drop in the Google Classroom, make a copy for each student. They fill it out, they send it back to you. Maybe you want to do some goal setting with your students. What is the goal today? What is the goal this week? What is the goal next month? Here's a little timeline template. Event 1, event 2, really nicely designed. It's just simply 5 rectangles, a great way for students to sequence things from a book that they've read. I love writing prompts to start. This is an AI generated image. I just type in really random things like a dog eating an ice cream cone driving through the desert. But I have these at the start of writing blocks for them to just pick up their journal and start writing, because then it makes sure everyone is doing something before we begin. Maybe you want to use Google Slides as exemplars. So this is a haiku poem that I've just quickly designed. Timeline of events. And just reminding you that Google Slides you can use for math. Maybe you do some 10 by 10 grids, your hundreds charts where you could go over your multiples and your counting, your fractions, tangrams. Students could manipulate these to try and rebuild the image on the left. Now, I only have like 2 minutes left. I want to just end. If you want to really take Google Slides to the next level, my first design challenge is the iconic rectangle challenge. And the instructions are simple. Every year, I challenge my students to make a beautiful piece of art simply using strategically colored and layered rectangles. Check these out. So this is the goal. Look what I come up with. All made with rectangles. Example 1, example 2, example 3. Look at that. Like there's even a little cat in the window, all made with rectangles. Like these are grade 8s to give you reference. So I get all sorts of things. Like look at this one. The shading is like phenomenal. This one. And so I always have the reminders. Work quietly on your own device. Think outside the box, be creative. You can use an inspiration image. Now, the final thing I want to end on, which is super, super fun, is stop motion animation with Google Slides. It's just like a flip book. So each slide, you move an item quickly. So maybe it's a basketball in a hoop, maybe it's a fish swimming in an aquarium. And I have a really simple but clever one that I'll show you today. Here's an example. In comes a circle, then comes, and this is a like a flow chart. These are all in the shape menu. There comes another one. And look at that. Woo! I went a little fast. And it makes a little bear. So stop motion animation is wonderful. That's about 200 slides, if you're wondering. Finally, some bonus goodies. I actually put it in there without realizing. The person asking about escape rooms, they are linked. I have four ready for you on, not four ready, three ready for you to go on slide number 244. So there's three, you can check them out. I have linked three that are ready to use in the classroom. Just do it first so you can figure out the solutions. And there is just a few more templates, a Google Classroom banner if you want to make your own custom. Whew. Wow. Look at that. We have made it to the end, and I know that was a ton. That was a lot. And you might be saying, Emma, wow. But reminding you that all these templates, everything is linked directly in that slide deck for you. So Todd, let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything I can show anyone again.
So I don't see any questions right off the bat. I'm looking in YouTube. I think a lot of people love templates, and so you hit a home run with sharing all the templates. They appreciate all of that. I know that, in the past I have saved templates and things like that. I'm not a classroom teacher, so it's not the exact same for me, but I think a lot of people appreciate that. When you were doing I'm just curious, the rectangle thing. So there's the art. There's some rectangle art there that they don't look like rectangles. So how exactly do they do
Oh
that?
yes, let's go into my design folder here. Let's really dive into one of these. So these are all my examples and I have like tons of them. Was it the building one maybe?
Well, like the dinosaur one and like his tongue. Like how is that done, right? With
Oh,
rectangles.
check it out. Let's zoom in. Let's check this out. So kids zoom in and look at that. You can see it's
Oh,
one, two, three, four rectangles.
there you go.
And I'm gonna just pull down because I always find this sass. I love like some kids tuck little like Easter eggs in for me. Like look at this little cat. Right? Like there's even this little cat in the window. And what I love about like this rectangle challenge is every kid can be successful, right? Sometimes it just might be a slice of pizza and that's okay. But look what some kids create. Like I have so many wonderful examples. I'll just show you the strawberries. I'm always amazed by these strawberries. This student has put a small gradient. If you're like, why do those strawberries look like they have a little bit of shine? But I love that. So cool.
That is very interesting, and those students are very, very talented to be able to do that. I was thinking about when you did that and some of the other tools that we have in Cypress Fairbanks. Sometimes we get, well, not necessarily in secondary, but in elementary, we have to do a rainy day recess, right? And the teachers, it's like, oh my gosh, we got to do rainy day recess, and the kids are in, and kids need to have some kind of an outlet. But being able to do something like this is like, hey, start a project doing this. I mean, we're one to one. So the students could start doing something like that. And we have Adobe, we have all the other things that teachers could use to do something fun during and creative during rainy day recess. So
For
that would
sure.
be
And it even could just be when kids are done their work, just keep working on something like that.
excellent. Yes, yes. That's awesome. All right. Well, Emma, you hit a home run. Debbie said you hit a home run or knocked it out of the park. So we greatly appreciate everything that you shared. Again, I don't see any questions, but I think it was it was very important. I do like the Google Drive organization piece. That's something that I have been working on for a long time myself, different things to do. And that's a big, huge piece. What do you suggest when students do the like Untitled and they have like 50 of those? Do you have any suggestions about that? Or do you have any suggestions about how to clean up your Google Drive very quickly without deleting a whole bunch of stuff?
Yeah, I don't know what the best those untitles, because sometimes you do have to open them to like make sure you're not getting rid of anything important. But if you do have just a lot of untitles, if you hold down shift and just click, 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 you could click like 20 or click and drag, move them all to the trash can.
Okay, yeah. Oh, and one of the things that I have done, and maybe I'll go back and look at it a little bit later on, is just creating an archive folder and just throw everything in there, just make it look clean, you know?
Yeah.
And the great thing about Google Drive is you can always search if you need to find something.
Yeah, for sure. But numbering, like to order your lessons, like I would highly encourage you to number and get that sequence going. It's wonderful. But Todd, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Emma, thank you for spending your Saturday with us and sharing all this great information. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Well, everyone, that was great. We've had some really great sessions this time. We are going to end it with Gemini and how to use Gemini and AI for your own professional experience and being able to help you, as a teacher. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We've got about a 10-minute break that we're going to take. Make sure you get up, you stretch, you get something to drink and settle in for this last one because this one's going to be good. I mean, they're all good. I can't say like it's going to be the best one. They've all been really top notch and really great sessions. So go take a little bit of a break, come back. You don't want to miss this one. This one's going to be really good. So we will see you in a little bit, and I am going to turn on our let me see. Let me make sure that I get it right. I got so many things open. I'm going to turn on our little video, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
Hi, let's create some personalized student certificates using Canva Bulk Create. Once you're in Canva, click on the purple button that says Create a Design. Go ahead and type in Achievement Certificate or whatever certificate you would like. I'll click below, and then over to my left, you can see that there are several different templates and style. I'm going to go ahead and select this one. I'm going to only do a couple things, the name, the message, and the date. I've already created an Excel sheet that has those headers, the name, the message, and the date. So once I'm back over on Canva, I'm going to click on the left where it says Bulk Create. You can enter your data manually or you can upload your data. I'm going to go ahead and upload my data and go ahead and click on my Excel sheet. And over to the left, it looks like everything came in correctly. So I'm going to click continue and I can see the name, the message, and the date. So over on my certificate, there's a purple frame and I'm going to start with name. I'm going to do a right click, connect, and then select name. I'm going to go down to the message. I'm going to do a right click, connect, click message, and it turns purple. And lastly, I'm going to click date, do a right click, connect data, and click date. So it looks like I have all my information, and I'm going to click continue over to the left. And now you can see it generated my certificate. So now I'm going to click generate the 12 designs. And then voila, you can see that I've created all my personal certificates in one flow using Canva Bulk Create.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right click on that one and click on edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder.
Have you ever looked in your Downloads folder and noticed it could use some cleanup? Here's a tiny tech tip to help you keep your files neat and tidy anytime you are downloading from the Chrome browser. In the Chrome settings, find Downloads. You see that the location is most likely pointing to the Downloads folder, and that's okay to keep. The big change in productivity is toggling on this feature. Ask where to save each file before downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your Downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
Hi, let's create some personalized student certificates using Canva Bulk Create. Once you're in Canva, click on the purple button that says Create a Design. Go ahead and type in Achievement Certificate or whatever certificate you would like. I'll click below, and then over to my left, you can see that there's several different templates and style. I'm going to go ahead and select this one. I'm going to only do a couple things, the name, the message, and the date. I've already created an Excel sheet that has those headers, the name, the message, and the date. So once I'm back over on Canva, I'm going to click on the left where it says Bulk Create. You can enter your data manually or you can upload your data. I'm going to go ahead and upload my data and go ahead and click on my Excel sheet. And over to the left, it looks like everything came in correctly. So I'm going to click continue and I can see the name, the message, and the date. So over on my certificate, there's a purple frame and I'm going to start with name. I'm going to do a right click, connect, and then select name. I'm going to go down to the message. I'm going to do a right click, connect, click message, and it turns purple. And lastly, I'm going to click date, do a right click, connect data, and click date. So it looks like I have all my information, and I'm going to click continue over to the left. And now you can see it generated my certificate. So now I'm going to click generate the 12 designs. And then voila, you can see that I've created all my personal certificates in one flow using Canva Bulk Create.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right click on that one and click on edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder.
Have you ever looked in your Downloads folder and noticed it could use some cleanup? Here's a tiny tech tip to help you keep your files neat and tidy anytime you are downloading from the Chrome browser. In the Chrome settings, find Downloads. You see that the location is most likely pointing to the Downloads folder, and that's okay to keep. The big change in productivity is toggling on this feature. Ask where to save each file before downloading. If it is turned off, toggle it on. Now, whenever you're downloading your resource, instead of sending it to your Downloads folder, a dialog box will open, and you can easily choose where to save it. That folder may be in your OneDrive, or maybe a folder within your Google Drive. We hope this tiny tech tip will help you keep your files organized and easy to find.
All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and pop in just a few minutes early to go ahead and just do a little some reminders here as we get to the end of our EdTech Live. We've got one more session. We've had sessions on student creativity with Adobe. We've had sessions on Google Slides and being able to use that for student engagement. We've had the conditional release with Schoology, a feature that is very new to Sci-Fair, and we're using the beta with that. And then our last session is going to be Gemini and how to use it for professional and instructional practices. And so we're very excited about that one. So just a few things before we get to the very end, because I know sometimes we get to the end and everyone starts, dropping off. It's really, really important. And we say this at the end of every EdTech Live. We say this during our digital learning conference. The way that we do credit is we use a Google form and you have to input the right codes. If you don't input the right codes, you're not going to get the credit. And so it's really important for you to write those down to be able to put those correctly into the form. We have two forms. We have one for in district. So if you're in Cypress Fairbanks, we have one that you need to be able to fill out. And if you are out of the district and you are watching, we have one for you. And when you do that, we will send you a certificate so that you can use that for your own evaluations and submit that into your own professional development department or to your evaluator later on in the year when you do that. So again, please, please, please take the time right after EdTech Live to go ahead and do your form. A lot of the times it never fails. And when I say never, it never fails. I'm leaning in so you hear me on this one. We always get people like, Todd, after EdTech Live or after the digital learning conference, I had all these things going on. And so I forgot to do it. And I was going to come back and do it. And I didn't do it. And I didn't get credit. And I'm like, guys, we need you to do it when it's open. So you are going to have until midnight tomorrow night, right? So that is Sunday night. You're going to have till midnight to be able to do those forms, right? So I know they're putting it in the chat right now. I see it. Attendance links will be available on October 25th from 9 to 11:59 on October 26th. There's no excuses. So please don't send the emails like, hey, I forgot to do this or I didn't do this or whatever. It's a lot of extra work on the back end to do that. And so I'm just going to ask you, just take the 4 minutes, 5 minutes, however long it takes for you to use the Google form and submit your information. All right, so I'm talking a lot about that, and the reason I'm talking a lot about that is because it's a big deal, and we know it's a big deal, so I want to make sure that I nail that in. All right, you're in for a treat on this next one. I am really excited to have Katie Uckland here again with Design for Learning. She is going to be sharing Gemini I am very jealous that Katie is doing this, right? I've been using Google Gemini for a long time. I have it personally and I have it professionally, and it's just, I think it is, there's a lot of great stuff. She's going to pack in a lot. So this is one of those things where you're going to watch and get a lot in, but then you're probably going to want to go back and rewatch the video because there's going to be so much here. And it's really good stuff, and I'm really excited to share this with you. So Katie, welcome to EdTech Live. We're glad you're here.
Thank you so very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am very excited to be here with all of you. We are going to have that jam-packed session, just like was mentioned. So we are going to just dive right in and we're going to have some fun. And if you have questions, feel free to put those in the chat. But I am excited to be talking about Gemini with a focus on these 5 different tools that you see up here on the screen. It is a lot, but it is amazing. And my hope is you're going to walk away with a couple of ideas to maybe start with right away, and then things to come back and revisit as you move forward in your Gemini journey. So whether you are just getting started or you've been using it for a while, this session is for everyone. My name is Katie Eklund, and I'm a fellow educator just like all of you, and I'm excited to share this amazing tool with you. We're going to kind of break it down into 3 parts. This is a short, fast-paced session, but I do like to break it down. And also, the slide deck can be shared with you. You can absolutely use these as notes to kind of refer back to later, and also the recording of the video as well. So we're going to start with just a quick review of the Gemini app before we dive into all the tools inside of Gemini. So the Gemini app, it looks very similar to what you see here on the screen when you go to it, which I'll be doing lots of live demonstrations as well, not just screen captures, I promise. But to get us started, when you go to the Gemini app, which is just simply going to either your apps launcher and selecting Gemini, or just going to the Gemini app, which is gemini.google.com. It looks a lot like this screenshot you see right here. And I like this screenshot because it just gives us a reminder where our basic functions of our Gemini app are located. You can see right here, you have your prompt box across the bottom, your tools, which is the tools we're going to be talking about, and also the ability to do things like start a new chat and access some of the different tools, which again, we are going to be diving in together live inside of the tool. But I just like to kind of give us a little bit of a refresher. If you've never used the Gemini app before, that's okay, because we're going to do it together. So have no fear, that is coming together in our session. Along with a quick review of what the Gemini app looks like, I also like to talk about the importance of putting a prompt into Gemini. And the prompt is simply the piece that is where you're asking it what you want it to do. And creating a proper prompt is really helpful because it will create what you want from the beginning instead of having to spend a lot of time reiterating with Gemini. Also want to point out, when you're on your Gemini screen, you also next to your prompt see this little shield icon. And I want to mention this because when you're using Gemini in your education account, I want to share that it does not use whatever you put into Gemini to train Gemini. It keeps all of the information private and secure. And that is a big reason why, as an educator, you want to be using this tool with your education account. If you're using other AI tools, that's great, but that is not necessarily as secure as coming into Gemini and using it inside of Gemini, because it does not train Gemini, it does not keep that information, and it keeps everything that you're doing safe and secure, but still allows you to use this amazing AI tool. So I do like to mention that that's what this little shield is, and you'll see that when we go into Gemini Live together as well. So when you are using Gemini, you want to make sure that you're working towards prompting like a pro. And it's okay if you're starting off with a really simple one because you're brand new to using this and you're just doing something like, give me some lesson ideas, right? But thinking about this, when this gives you its ideas, you're probably going to look at that and be like, oh, I wish that I would have said not just biology, but a specific topic in biology, right? So then you would revise your prompt to be more specific, right? And then it would again give you some ideas, but then you're like, oh, maybe I wanted it to create me a lab, right? So then you would revise your prompt again, and then you could give it a complete setup so it'll produce what you want it to. So sometimes just taking a few moments to come up with this best original prompt will save you a lot of time in the long run. So, how do you do that? While I do have a few little tips for you, we have this framework. It uses the acronym PARTS and it breaks it down into creating a fully comprehensive, best version of your prompt. So P stands for persona, A stands for act, R stands for recipient, T stands for theme, and S stands for structure. And you want to make sure you include all of these when you are making your completed prompt. So here's an example for you that I just like to kind of share. And again, you can come back and refer to this. And the whole point, again, about creating this prompt is to then save you time. So you're not having to refine or interact back and forth with Gemini to have it produce what you want. If you make this prompt from the beginning, you're going to get what you want or pretty darn close to it with very few refinements. So here's an example. It kind of breaks it down where you're telling like who it's trying to be, right? What you want it to do, who is this designed for? What are they learning or what are they, what's the theme of it? And then what's the specific structure, whether it be a lesson plan or an activity or a lab or whatever you're forming. So you want to make sure you're getting it as much information as possible. So that's just our quick review into Gemini and creating helpful prompts. So I know that was quick, but I didn't want to spend a ton of time because we have 5 amazing tools with Gemini that I want to really focus on. So we will be getting into Gemini in just a few moments, I promise, but I want to talk about these 2 tools, Canvas and guided learning inside of Gemini before we dive in together. So Gemini Canvas is a really great tool inside of Gemini that allows you to create and code and collaborate within one space. I don't know about you, but I do know some coding, but I am not a fancy coder and I do not create lots of fancy things in coding. However, Canvas will do that for me. It allows me to create interactive things that I can do with my students, as you can see right here on the screen. It also allows me to take things that have already maybe been made and then interact with them, change them, update them, collaborate with them. So there's lots of options when you're using it. So how do you use Gemini Canvas? Very similar to Gemini, you're going to go into our Gemini tool, but the biggest difference is instead of just putting your prompt straight into the prompt box, you're going to click down on the tools and you're going to select the Canvas option. Okay. Once you selected that, then you can put in your prompt and then get it to work. And again, I'll be doing a live demonstration coming up in just a few moments. And depending on what you have your Canvas create is then what you can do with it, whether you're going to export it, share it, show it, whatever that may be, depending on what you're having Canvas create. And there are many, many different ideas. One fun idea that I've done is I was doing a unit with some younger students on learning about community helpers. And I thought it would be fun to kind of check in to see which community helpers they're familiar with and which ones they're not. So I had it make me some community helper flashcards. So that was a fun interactive activity that I was able to have Canvas code for me and create. So super fun idea. You can also do things like have it interact with your instructional materials, right? You can tell it to act as that instructional designer and you can give it some old lesson plans and then tell it what you want it to do with those, whether it's updating them, adjusting them for extra support, whatever that may be, it can absolutely do that for you. And it can also then do things like generate side-by-side charts comparing the old one to the new one. So it really can kind of get in there and help you get creative with something that maybe you've already done. You could have students use it, right, to help build simulations to demonstrate knowledge, right? So that could be something for a group of older students. So there's some just fun kind of STEM-based project learning you could absolutely do inside of there. Really, though, what I do love in terms of this is I also have done this like with me and a group of students, right? Not just like a student by themselves. Typically, I like to do this kind of so we can all learn together. So again, maybe something that I'm asking them to do that would maybe be a challenge activity, we could come in and do it together. So that's just a couple of ideas for you. And then finally, here are again some more use cases for planning, assessment, differentiation, research, and some administrative tasks that you can look at. And there are prompts again built in here for you that you can go in and try. So now that we've kind of talked about this tool, let's go dive into Canvas and let's see what it's all about. So I'm just going to change my sharing real quick. And we are going to go dive into Canvas inside of Gemini together. So here we are. I'm inside of my Gemini tool. Okay. All I did is I went to gemini.google.com and I am now inside of my tool. So that way you can see that we are here. If you don't want to do that, if you're in somewhere like your Google Drive and you go to your apps launcher, you can also find Gemini right there as well. Two different ways to get there. It all gets you to the same place. Now we're inside of Gemini and you can see here is my Gemini setup. Here is my prompt box. Here are my tools that we're talking about. You also have a nice little microphone where you could speak in your prompt if you didn't want to copy or paste it in. A couple of other important reminders. If you go over to the side and expand your menu, you'll see you have a new chat option. Mine is grayed out because I just clicked it to start a brand new chat. But if you're ever working on something and you want a new one, you can simply select that. And then you can see your gems and your recent Gemini interactions. So we'll be kind of looking some more at those coming up. All right, so let's dive in and let's explore and create inside of Canvas. So what I'm going to start by doing, again, we select our tool and we're going to work inside of Gemini Canvas. So I know that I'm in Canvas because I can see it selected there. And now I'm going to put in my prompt. Once I have my prompt in, I'm going to click submit and I'm going to let it get to work. And it's as quick and as simple as that. And you can see right here, it's now building that code for me because I'm having it build that interactive flashcard for me, right? So it's building that code and I can see it while it's building, which is really, I think, fun and engaging. And again, another reason sometimes why it's fun to do this with students, because they can see, instead of just seeing a final product like these flashcards, they could actually go and like see what type of code or how complex the code is to even build something like this, right? So then you have your activity. And again, it just gives you your directions and I can learn that and then I can move on to the next one. And then I could do this activity with my students, right? And it could be a really fun, engaging item. You'll notice across the top right up here, right? You have what it's creating for you. You can show the code if you want it to. If you click refresh, it's going to regenerate the entire thing for you. And then you also have your share button as well if you need it. So that's using this tool to create something like an interactive piece. But like I said in those examples, you could absolutely use this tool to help you refine things. If I go over to create again a new chat and I'm using my Canvas tool, say my prompt included like updating some lesson plans, well, make sure you click this plus button to add the file of those lesson plans. And you can upload them if it's a downloaded file or pull from your Google Drive. So you could absolutely do either of those inside of Canvas as well to bring in a resource that maybe you want Gemini to interact with. The example that I talked about was taking an old set of lesson plans and helping me update them, right? So I'd want to make sure I uploaded that lesson plan. So that's our walk through our Canvas tool. Another tool that I want to share with you inside of Gemini that is really great and really helpful is our guided learning tool. So guided learning is another one of those tools inside of Gemini. And what I love about this tool is it helps you go beyond the answers and build a deeper understanding. Instead of just saying, Gemini, what is the answer to this problem? It gives you some foundational learning and then it asks you questions and you go back and forth with Gemini to build a learning experience. So how do you do it? You start by going to Gemini, just like what we've been doing, and you select your tools. This time, instead of selecting Canvas, you're going to select guided learning. You're going to enter your prompt into the chat box, and then it's going to start working. And because this is a guided learning experience, it's going to start by giving you some foundational concepts, and then it's going to ask you a question. And you're going to answer the question in the prompt box, and then it will tell Gemini kind of where you are and then help you move forward. And it's a whole guided learning experience, which we'll kind of check out in just a moment as well. So an example that I have for you as well is this wonderful one about the solar system and learning about it. That would be one really kind of fun way. And again, I typically again do this in small group or whole group with my students, because what I love is we have the foundational learning, and then I'll ask the question and I'll have a student raise their hand or however we interact and have students answer that. And then I can type it in and we can see where we go with our guided learning, right? So it's fun to do some exploration of topics. It's also fun to do, like, maybe a student comes back and says, I need help with this homework problem. And instead of you standing up and giving a lecture or just say, go watch this video, why don't we do this interactively with our guided learning experience through Gemini, right? We can put in the problem and then we can go through the process where it gives us some foundational skills. It asks this question. I can have a student answer the question. We put it into Gemini and then we can move through that learning process. And it's a great way for homework help, getting question help, studying for exams, things like that. Really great use of this amazing tool. So here's some other ideas where you could use it for exam prep. You can have it learning about new topics. I love to sometimes use this as a little bit of a front loader if it's a brand new topic we're moving into. So just some great ideas and prompts that you can check out. But let's go dive in and let's go take a peek at it live together and see it in action inside of Gemini. All right, so here we are. This time, instead of using Canvas, though, we are going to use our guided learning. So remember, we're back in Gemini. And if you're working in Gemini, remember, you can always go over to your menu and click New Chat to kind of have a fresh screen. So in my prompt box, I clicked on Tools and I selected Guided Learning. And now I'm going to put in my prompt. I'm going to use our solar system example, and then we're going to have it run. And then let's see what it guides us through as we're learning about the planets in our solar system. So now it's giving us some information. So it's talking about how it's a journey, and let's explore some major planets. And it gives some key terms and reminds us what they mean. And then says, here are the planets in order and with a fun fact, right? So this is fun. And it also something that you could like export to sheets as reminders, which is really fun. Great kind of interactive activity. And then it also kind of gives you some other things. So remembering the order, talking about mnemonic device, these are all, again, conversations we can have. And then it's asking us question. It even gives us a video to continue our learning, right? So it asks us questions, it gives us resources, background information. So now that we've kind of explored this, we can go to our question. Now that we have the order, which of these planets or facts are most interesting to you? Or would you like to try making up your own mnemonic to help remember the sequence? So this is where you could have your students help you. Which path do we want to go down with this, right? And maybe we go back and we're looking at this, and maybe I'm going to say, we decide to go the path of the most interesting. We're going to say Mars is the most interesting. And then we're going to have it run and we're going to see where it takes us next on our guided learning experience. And I will tell you, I've asked the same prompt and almost every time it's slightly different. So super fun, super engaging way, and it does change it. So as you can see, we're continuing through this learning process, right? It's talking more about Mars, right? And then now it's like, okay, what do you want to focus on? And if these aren't it, we could also say, now we want to focus on this planet and move on, right? So we can guide that learning experience by what we put into the prompt and what we submit back into Gemini. So again, really fun, really engaging ways to be able to work with our Gemini tool, whether you're looking at Canvas or guided learning. And I will tell you, I have done these individually on my own to create things for students. I have done these whole group with students, and I've also done these in small groups with students as well, works really great, really interactive, fun, especially when you're introducing this. It's really great to be able to guide them through these process together. And it's fun, and it makes your students feel like you're just not asking them all the questions, that they're interacting with Gemini and that Gemini is coming up with things. And so do know though, if you have it maybe done ahead of time, okay? One thing to know, if I run this to see what it's going to produce by myself before my students are with me, that's fine. No, if you come in and put the same prompt, it may give you something else. However, if you go back to expand your menu, you can go back to previous ones. So if I wanted to go back to that flashcard one that we just created, I could go under my recents and it's going to bring it right back. So if you don't want to take the chance of it generating something different, you can come back in here and look at it. However, keep in mind though, it's going to show whatever you did. It's not like a fresh interaction. It's just going to show the entire process. So for guided learning, that may not be the best option, but do keep that in mind. You always have that ability to come back in your recents and revisit previous ones that you have created. And whenever you want a new chat, just always can have that new chat to get started in that. All right. I know I'm going kind of quick, but I want to keep us moving. And I apologize for not being able to always stop and give you lots of work time, but we have more amazing tools that I want to make sure we get time to share. So the next tool we're going to talk about inside of Gemini is called Deep Research. And then after that one, we're going to talk about gems. So deep research is exactly what it sounds like. It's Gemini doing deep research and generating reports for you in typically a number of minutes instead of you having to spend many hours searching and researching yourself. So the biggest thing in deep research I want you to know is it's kind of like a two-part process, okay? And I'm going to show you this process, but you'll start by going into Gemini. Oops, let's go back. So there we go. You'll start by going into Gemini, and under tools, you're going to select your deep research mode. And then you're going to put your prompt in and have it run. But please note that it's not doing the research right yet. The first thing it does is it creates a research plan, basically saying, this is what we're going to do the research that you're asking us to do. Once it creates a plan, you can go in and you can adjust the plan if you need to, or if the plan looks good, then only thing you have to do is click start researching. If you need to adjust it, make any edits you need to, and then you can have it run the research. The research will take a few minutes, but in comparison to the time it would take you, it's very fast and very amazing. The one thing I want to mention though, this is one of those tools though, it does have a limitation. You only have 5 deep research runs a month. So you cannot do more than 5 a month. And I just confirmed this. I re-looked it up because sometimes, those numbers change. As of right now, you have 5 deep research a month. So you can run this tool 5 times per month. For me, I can honestly say that I don't think I've ever run it 5 times in a month. It's a great tool and I use it, but it's not a tool that I use every day or necessarily maybe even every week, depending on what I'm doing. So do keep that in mind. You only can do that 5 times. Some examples before I dive into showing you what one looks like is you can have it do things like act as a research assistant and summarize some findings for you. You can also have it generate and read the report to you, which is really nice. And I'll show you that. I also got an amazing idea from Todd yesterday of taking the research and putting it into Notebook LM, which is a tool I'm going to talk about later, which is also really great. And we'll talk about that once we dive into Notebook LM. But here are some ideas, whether you want to use it for planning, assessment, instructional materials, differentiation, researching, student use. There's lots of ideas here for you and prompts for you to check out. It is a great tool, and I think it's important to know, but again, it's not necessarily a tool that I would use on a daily basis, whereas things like guided learning and Canvas, I use all the time. but we're still going to go take a peek at what it looks like and how it works, because I think it's important to be familiar with that and have some idea. So we'll go ahead and we'll dive on back into our Gemini and we will check this out. So let's go take a peek at it inside of Gemini Live. All right, here I am back in my Gemini. And remember, we always start when we're working with the tools by clicking on tools. And then this time we're going to do deep research. And then now I'm going to put my prompt in there. And then I'm going to have it run. And remember, this is a two-part. So the first part to deep research is it's coming up with the plan of how it's going to do the research for you, right? And typically this plan happens rather quickly. So now here's the plan, and I can go through all of these pieces, right? And if I want to edit that, I can come down here and edit the plan. I can make any changes I need to. I could also interact with my prompt and say, well, maybe I want to change that. I could absolutely do that down there as well. Once your plan is set and what you want it to be, the last step is start research, and now it's going to start researching for you. I will say, depending on what you're asking, it will take a few minutes. And I don't want to sit here and have you just watch this happen. So I'm going to go pop open over to one that's already done, but know that it's going to start to show you as it's researching. But let's go look at one that was already done, so we can kind of take a peek. So this is a deep research that has completed the research for me. And again, I want to say this research maybe only took 4 or 5 minutes, but we're on a tight time crunch right here, so I don't want to run out of time. So we're going to look at one that's created. So here is my research. It's broken it down into this amazing report for me, right? And if I go up to contents, it kind of breaks it into pieces, which is nice. I can also export it to docs or copy the content or create from there as well. So lots of great ideas. And I love the idea of doing something like exporting this to a document and again, bringing it into another tool like Notebook LM that we're going to talk about coming up. So deep research is a great tool, but again, remember, you can only use it 5 times a month. All right, so let's move into our next tool we have here. Oh, I just shared the wrong screen. I apologize about that. Let's try that again. There we go. So next up is Gemini Gems. So gems are tools inside of Gemini that allow you to create customized, personalized items. So it's kind of taking your Gemini experience to the next level. You can create something that you are going to use over and over, because maybe instead of always having to write a brand new prompt every time inside of Gemini, you want to create something like a gem to do something that you do regularly inside of your classroom. So when you're creating your gem, which I'll show you all the steps, you want to kind of think of creating your gem as taking that parts prompt and leveling it up in the sense of you want to define all of those same items, but you also want to include like what is the best practice or the foundation of this. So you want to make sure that you're really thinking it through and also adding any knowledge. So this may be, say, for example, you're having it help you sort through some standards. You want to make sure you upload the standards you want it to sort through, or the lesson plans or the content, right? So it's kind of a multi-part build, which we'll see coming up. So what you do is when you go to your gems, you can start by going into your gem manager, and you can start where I started with gems as I looked at the pre-made ones, which we'll take a peek at, and I'll show you my favorite one in just a few moments. And then once I got more comfortable with them, I headed on over to creating a new gem and went through that process, which I'll show you as well. So again, things that you can definitely look at and try. But to me, gems are kind of like next level in Gemini. So if you're brand new to Gemini, get comfortable with our other tools first, and then start trying gems as you get more and more comfortable, or maybe start with some of the pre-made ones that I'm going to show you in just a few moments. So some ideas. Okay, there's a pre-made gem that is a learning coach, which is super fun. So you could go into there and try this prompt out and see what it's like. So that's a fun one. There's another pre-made gem about helping prep for interviews, right? So that's a fun experience. Some ones that you could create on your own create your own Gemini. You could do a standards-based lesson planner where you're putting in the instructions, and you could absolutely use these and customize these prompts if you want. Just note that you'll want to make sure you're using that knowledge part to upload the things you want it to interact with. In this case, it would be standards, right? So we have that idea, an instructional material translator, because maybe you know that a lot of your resources you also have to then take time to translate. Well, why not create a gem so that you could just add it in there and get that done quickly and easily for you? So that could be a really great thing that you could have it create for you. A lesson gamifier, I love this one. This one is so fun because it allows me to kind of take my lesson plans and then add a fun, engaging piece to it by gamifying part of it. So you could have a gem that does that. You could have a gem that helps you with differentiation. So you know that maybe in this school year, you have a certain kind of group or student needs that you know you need to meet. So you can have a gem that helps you take things that maybe you've done in the past and build in that needed differentiation to customize for your current students. You could have it do things and help you with assessment, like build rubrics for you. It could be an assistant for you. It could be become a tutor for you. So lots and lots and lots of great ideas in here. But let's go over and take a peek at what this looks like together and see some of those pre-made ones in action. All right, so I'm going to start by just starting with a new chat. So our screen is fresh here, and I'm going to expand my menu. So we are talking about gems, which is this area right here in our menu. And we're going to start by going to the area that says Explore Gems. This is our gem manager. So inside of our gem manager, you're going to see the pre-made options by Google, and then you're going to see any gems that you have made. And if you haven't made any, that's okay. It'll just be blank down here. But let's start by taking a peek at the pre-made ones. So we talked about how there's the learning coach, the career guide, but my favorite, current favorite one in the classroom is the storybook one. And when you want to try it out, you simply just click on it and it's going to open that up for you. So I love this one because it allows me to make a customized picture book for the students or the group of people that I'm working with. And I absolutely love this because you can give it a prompt. You can also upload files. So what I have seen teachers do is they were learning about something and they wanted to include like their school mascot. So they went and they uploaded from their drive an image of their mascot. So it would build that into the illustrations of their book, right? Super fun, super engaging way for you to build more resources with what you're using and learning exactly. I also love it because I used it in my community helper activity. So after we did the flashcards, I had it make a book. So here is that book that it created, and you can see that it's super fun, super engaging, and I can flip through my book, see how fun and interactive it is. I can print out the book if I want to. I can make it full screen to share with my students. I can have the book read out loud, and I can control any of these options that you see right here as well. So I love this gem that's already made for you. And I will say I have used it many, many times and created some fun interactive stories, especially if I had some small groups of students I was working with, really targeting their needs. And it just makes it so much more personable and engaging for those students. So again, we're under the Explore Gems, and I went into the storybook pre-made one. If you're like, I want to make my own gem, very simple. You click on New Gem, and then you're going to give it a name, the description, and then those instructions, which is that parts prompt. And then you're going to upload any files that it may need to help support that instructions. And then you'll see it give a preview here and you can try it out and see if it's what you want. And if it's working the way you want, you simply just click save and then it will build right here in this list for you. And once you've created your gem, you can use it in a few different ways. You can share it with someone, and then you also can edit it if you need it to update it, right? Or you can also just interact with it, make a copy of it, or remove it if you're no longer going to use it. But if I simply just click on it, it's going to take me into that gem, which looks just like another version of Gemini, but only working through that gem setup, not typical Gemini app, right? So gems are a great, great tool, a way to level up the use of Gemini. So definitely something to check out. All right. So we don't run out of time. I'm going to keep moving forward into our final tool, which is Notebook LM, which is probably one of my favorite tools in general right now. I use it all the time. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples and show you how to utilize this amazing tool. So what is it first? It's basically a way to take a bunch of sources and have it be your thinking partner and your partner to help you create the resources you need from those. So it works in a few parts. The first thing you do when you create a Notebook LM, which again, I'll show you, is you're going to upload sources. So say you're using this for a certain topic of study. So you'll want to upload all of your sources for that topic, whether it be reading sources, activities, videos, websites. You can upload all of those sources. And then once you've added in your sources, then you're going to go to this chat area where you can interact with your sources and say, have it create things, ask it questions, have it give you outlines, help it create lots of amazing material, which then takes us over to our studio area where we can do things like have it make audio overviews. And it's kind of like listening to a podcast. It goes through the sources that you tell it to, and it makes a podcast that you can listen to. You can have it make a video overview of the sources that you tell it to. It can do things like make flashcards, make quizzes, make mind maps, which we're going to all see in action coming up. So this tool is really amazing. And if you remember earlier, when we were talking about that deep research tool, Todd gave me the amazing idea yesterday of taking that deep research and using it as one of your sources. So if you, again, take that deep research and put it into Google Doc, you can absolutely upload it into Notebook LM as one of your sources and interact with it, which I absolutely loved that idea. So thank you, Todd, for sharing that with me. So here's your kind of breakdown of what the screen looks like, which we'll be looking at live, but I like this because this is, again, notes that you can come back to and refer to where the different pieces are when you're looking at it. Because when you first go in, it may be a little bit overwhelming, but this tool is such an amazing tool. So again, over here on the left, you have your sources that you upload and you add them. You can also use Notebook LM to help you find more sources. And you can have your sources selected or unselected depending on what you want it to do. Then you move into your chat area. This is where you interact and put in your prompts of what you want Notebook LM to pull from. And remember, because this is a tool separate from Gemini, it is not searching all of Gemini. It is only pulling from the sources you add and that you select. And then we have on the side here our studio, where we have the different items that we can create and save and have access to. And then you also at the top have your share button where you can share your notebooks. And again, I'll show you those options coming up. Here are some ideas. Again, lots of ideas in here, but I want to go and dive into it so we don't run out of time and actually look at this live in action. So know that you can go back and take a peek at that anytime you need to. So to access this, you're going to go to a new tab and you're simply just going to go to notebooklm.google.com. All right. So once you're there, you're going to see a new page. Your page may look a little different because obviously you haven't created the same notebooks as me. It may be completely empty because you've never created one. So to create a new notebook, it's very simple. You click on create new notebook, and then remember that first step is uploading your sources. So this is where you can pull from your Google Drive, websites, YouTube video, simply just copy and paste text in, and note that you have 50 source limit, which is a lot. So once you've uploaded your sources, they go right over into here. But because I want to save us a little bit of time, I'm going to go into one that I've already created so we can kind of see some interaction. So I've added 12 different sources here, and you can see these are uploaded items like Google Docs. We have a PDF. We have some websites here. We have a YouTube video. So lots of different options here. And I can always click add and add in more if I need to. Or if I go to this discover area, I can say, where do I want it to look from? And say, please help me find this, right? And you can have it help you search for more sources. But number one thing is make sure you review all sources you put in here and you're aware of what they have, what they're pulling, and all of that. Do not throw in a source that you've never reviewed yourself. So once you have your sources in, that's when you can come over to your chat, and it kind of gives you an overview, and then it gives you some suggested questions, or you could simply just start typing in your prompts, okay? And you can interact with it right here. You also have your studio on the side here where you can have it do things like create an audio overview. Remember that podcast. You can have it create a video overview. And anywhere where you see a pencil, before you click it to create it, you can always customize it. So maybe I want my audio overview to be brief, right? So I can have it make something short or something deep dive. The length I can choose, things like that. So you can have it customized wherever you see that little pencil. And then you'll simply click on it and it'll start creating. The audio overview and the video overview sometimes will take a few minutes. So do keep that in mind. If you're going to want to use those, it's not always instant. It'll take a few minutes, but normally not more than a few minutes. And then once it's created, you can simply click on it and you can play it. If you see this little hand, that means that that has what is called an interactive mode. And in terms of our audio overviews or that podcast style, you can interact with it in the sense of you can pause it, you can ask a question, and then it's going to adjust the audio playback to answer that question for you, which is super fun. You can also have it do things like create a mind map. And notice my little symbols down here match the symbols up here. So our mind map kind of breaks down the topics and allows you to break them down and interact with them inside of that chat as needed. If it's a large unit overview, it could be helpful to use that mind map tool. You can also have it do things like make quizzes, right? And break down the quizzes for you, which is super fun, super engaging. I love the quiz feature. Same thing with the flashcard feature. You can have it create some flashcards for you. And again, as you're making these sources, notice it's bringing them all down here. And if it's not, you want to create something that's not necessarily over here, you can absolutely, again, remember, you can always come to this chat and you can interact with it at any time and add those as notes over here. So I know that seems like a lot, and I just clicked through a lot of different things for you. But remember, you have the notes in our slide deck to kind of break down the pieces. But the key here with a Notebook LM is bringing in your sources and then building your pieces to help you bring those sources together, right? And that may just be asking specific questions in your prompts, right? Like list the 4 water cycle processes, right? So you can literally use any of those questions or add your own. And here we go. It just answered that for me. And if I wanted to, I could absolutely save this as a note that I could refer back to and use anytime. So it's a great interactive tool. And my favorite part is it only pulls from the sources. So this is a great thing to do and to know exactly where it's pulling the information from and where you're going to do that. And the other thing I want to point out is please note in here, as you're seeing this, you're going to see that these little numbers and these little dots, this is showing you where it's getting that information from. So feel free to always know and see that it's citing sources. And I love to share this with students too, because it's so very important that they know that they can find the exact source where this information is coming from. So Notebook LM is an amazing, amazing tool. I absolutely love it. So many great ways to use it. Again, we have lots of ideas inside of our slide deck here and some reminders about things like using the mind map, right? And then I also want to show you, I have step-by-steps on how to generate the audio overview and some ideas, and also step-by-steps in here on how to create the video overview and some ideas as well, use cases, thoughts for you to kind of check out as well. Lots and lots of resources right inside of this slide deck. So the most important thing, my pro tip to end our Notebook LM time is following these steps: uploading quality resources, being specific, exploring the generated content, checking the citations, saving things that you generate, and then rephrase questions if you need to. So it's a great, great, amazing, amazing tool. So with that being said, I know we're down to just a few moments left. So I want to make sure that I give Todd time to put up the slide and everything that he needs to share with you. But thank you all so much for your time today. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer those after Todd is done.
Thank you, Katie. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and share out the code, guys. Please go ahead and grab that code. Make sure you write it down. It's really important for you to have that. And if you'll just hang on for just a second, as soon as Katie is done, we will go ahead and walk through how to do that, how to make sure you get all the credit. So Katie, what I love about Notebook LM is it's basically becomes your own large language model, right? So when you go to ChatGPT or you use Claude or you use even Gemini, it is going to go out there to the web and it's going to pull in all the information that it finds out there. When you use Notebook LM, you are feeding it all the materials that you want it to draw from. And I love that you said, please use, good material, stuff that you have that you feel comfortable with, because it will draw from that and, iterate from that information. So love that about Notebook LM.
Absolutely. I completely agree, Todd. And if you're creating things inside of Gemini and you have gone through them, like the deep research tool or creating something else that you love, you can always take that resource and put it into your Notebook LM. And feel free inside of Notebook LM also to make multiple notebooks. Inside of the one that I do with all my students, I have notebooks for all different subjects, all different concepts that I go back to and revisit all the time.
One of the things about deep research is if you do a deep research, it will link to all the websites and all the sources that it used. So it's not just going out and making something up, it is linking to it. So later on, if you're like, okay, where was this or whatever, you can find out all the different resources that it used. So I like that about the deep research piece.
Absolutely. Super helpful.
All right, I'm going to leave this up for just about 10 more seconds and we'll go ahead and take it down. Katie, is there anything else you want to end with as we end it here?
Just my final kind of few thoughts. Like I said, if you're new to Gemini, I really would recommend starting with Canvas, guided learning. Those are great places to get comfortable and get going. If you want to level up your use, then you can jump more into things like gems. But if you start with anything that you've never tried today, start with Notebook LM. Probably one of my favorite tools, because you can take so many things that you already know are good quality sources and then interact with those to create new, fun, engaging pieces to do with your students.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Katie. One last thing that I want to add about the whole Gemini thing is that Google owns the whole tech stack. So everything that is required to be able to use Gemini is owned by Google, whereas you might be using an AI from someone else and they might be piecing things together, like the servers are over here and they're using this information from over here. And that's what I like about Gemini. And plus, if you have Google Workspace for Education, which we do, you have that little shield. That is really important. You still need to make sure that you're not uploading personal identifiable information, but it's not training their model on what we are using and what we are doing inside of Cypress Fairbanks or your school district if you have Google Workspace and Gemini. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and we're going to start wrapping this up. I want to talk a little bit about the forms. I believe that we are dropping the forms in there, the links to the forms in the YouTube chat to make it nice and easy for you. And so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share this one out here. And so what I want to point out is that, you have this information, right? You want to use your email, make sure that you are logged in with your CFISD email to be able to do that. And then you want to enter in the codes, like, so the letter, the the names of the code, the words, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Make sure you enter it in here. And so if you only did one session, maybe you're here for the last one, go ahead and put it into this, for the one session. So you want to go ahead and do that and add those all in there. You want to make sure you have your CFISD employee number in there. Go ahead and answer some of these questions. They just kind of help us out to make things a little bit better for you. But it's really important. Go back and just double check this. Like, check your spelling, make sure that you are signed in, make sure you're doing all those different kinds of things to be able to get the credit for this, right? And then submit it and make sure that you get that submission. Make sure you click the submission. If you are outside of the district, you're going to have something similar, and so it's gonna look very similar to it. But you want to make sure you're typing in your information and kind of going from there. But if you are in district, make sure you're using the in district, the CFISD one. It says right here at the top, this form is for CFISD employees only. Make sure you fill that out, and you can get that credit. All right. Well, guys, we want to just say again, thank you so much for hanging out with us on this EdTech Live. I want to say a huge thank you to the team. We are a small team, but we're trying to make a big impact here in CFISD. And so just thank you to everybody who is behind the scenes, Danielle and Jamae, running the YouTube and being in Zoom and helping me there. And then the other team members, they get everything ready, all the graphics, all the videos, contacting presenters, making sure everything just kind of flows together today. And so thank you so much for being a part of all of that. So guys, we're going to go ahead and end it there. If you have any questions, we'll be in the chat just for a few more minutes, and you can go ahead and ask us some questions there. But we're going to go ahead and go to kind of just a graphic just to kind of hold the place there. And again, well, we greatly appreciate you being a part of CFISD and being a part of EdTech Live.